If you could take a seat now, please. Thank you. So, good evening and welcome everyone to the Planning Committee. Before we start the meeting, I have a few housekeeping announcements to make. There are no planned fire alarm tests today, and if you hear the fire alarm, please leave by the nearest fire exit and make your way to the agreed assembly point, which is the St John Churchyard off Jewett Street. Council security staff will be available to direct you as required, but I don't believe you have to. This meeting is being live streamed and it will be available on the Council YouTube channel after the end of the live stream. And if you don't want to be captured on the live stream, please sit on the back 2 rows in the meeting room. The public toilets are located off the main reception area as you came in. And finally, please switch your mobile phone to silence whilst in the meeting room. Members of the public are welcome to film, audio record, photograph or tweet the public recipients of the meeting. I ask you please to be considerate towards other people in the room and take care not to disturb the proceedings. If you are filming the meeting, please do not film the audience. The code for accessing the Council's Wi-Fi is visible on the screen behind me, I believe. It is there. There you go. Now, during the meeting, members of the committee will not access the internet, except as it relates to the official business of the meeting, send or receive emails, text messaging or tweets concerning the business of the committee. I will now begin. Item 1, apologies. I believe there are no apologies. Item 2, confirmation of voting members. Can I please members who are voting members please indicate by raising your hands? Item 3, thank you. A notification of any business or which the Chair deems urgent. Now, the following items, additional documents have been circulated before the meeting. The addendum report relating to item 6.1 and the members' pack relating to item 6.1 and 6.2. Item 4 on the agenda, disclosure of interest and dispensation. Does any member wish to declare any interest or dispensation in respect of any item or issue to be considered at the meeting? Councillor.
I'm the ward member for item 6.1, but I'll remain neutral throughout the discussion.
Very good, thank you for that. Thank you. I'll now press on to item 5, which is minutes. Visit pages 1 to 4 of the agenda pack. Can we approve as a correct record of the minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of January 2020? Are members agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I'll move on to item 6 on the agenda, the development management. The next item of business concerns the determination of planning applications. I'd like everyone of the committees to remind everyone of the committee's guidance and conduct of business. Officers will present the report, outline their recommendations and answer questions raised by the committee. If present wishes to speak, the following may then address the committee for no more than 3 minutes each. A spokesperson representing any objector to the application. By now you need to identify a single spokesperson, and if there's more than one objector, the time will be allocated and divided accordingly within this 3-minute time slot. Followed by the applicant or the applicant's agent, followed by the spokesperson representing any supporter of the application who live within 100 metres of the development site. And last but not least, of course, a ward councillor representing the area affected by the proposal. Now, each speaker should restrict their comments to the planning aspect of the proposal and should avoid repeating information which is already in the report. The meeting is not a hearing where participants present evidence to be cross-examined by other participants. At the end of each presentation, the committee may answer questions of the questioner. Speakers should leave the committee on subjects which they welcome further questions. After receiving all submissions, the committee will debate the applications and consider the recommendations. This is a council committee meeting which is open to the public and there should be no interruptions from the audience. And finally, I would like everyone present to know that although the planning committee comprises members of different political parties, we are not politically whipped. Our decisions are made in accordance with the Council's planning policy based on the information contained in the relevant report, together with the consultation responses and any verbal submission made today. How we approach these applications set out in the relevant management report at item 6, and are members happy to note the report, and can we now move on to considering the planning application? Are you content? Thank you very much. I shall now move on to item 6.1, which is the St Olive's Nursing Home and Moss Way, which is London SE162TL, and this, of course, members, pages 9 to 60 of the agenda pack and pages 1 to 3 of the addendum report. Can I ask the officers to introduce themselves, and you may make your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lasman Katrina. I'm the planning case officer for this application. Before I present the application, I'd like to note that the addendum was submitted yesterday, and I'll refer to it back at the end of the presentation. So, item 6.1 is planning application for demolition of the existing buildings on site and construction of two buildings, Building A, which would be 4 to 6 stories high, and Building B, 3 to 4 stories high, providing 62 residential units together with 2 wheelchair parking spaces and associated landscaping. The site is located between Low Road to the northeast and Moss Way to the southwest, as shown on the map. The surrounding area is predominantly residential, characterized by 2-story terraced dwellings. There are also examples of 3 to 5-story buildings immediately adjacent to and opposite the site along Lower Road. The proposal is for demolition of an existing care home and ambulance station and construction of 2 new residential blocks. Block A would be 4 to 6 stories high, and Block B would be 3 to 4 6 stories high. The 2 blocks would be positioned in an L-shaped way, which would allow for a communal outdoor space and children's play area to be located in the middle of the site. 62 new units of high quality accommodation would be built. 50% of the units would be affordable, exceeding the minimum 35% target for affordable housing. 26% of the units would be for social rent, and 24% would be shared ownership. 6 wheelchair units across all tenures would be proposed, meeting the 10% requirement. Following an original consultation and a subsequent reconsultation process, 70 objections and 1 comment in support have been received. The main concerns expressed relate to availability of parking, density of the proposed development, the way servicing such as refuse collection and deliveries would work, and concerns that the proposal would create opportunities of overlooking that would negatively affect the privacy of neighbors. From a land use perspective, the proposal is considered to be a positive use of underutilized site, which would deliver more units in a residential area. The proposed density exceeds the current suburban density zone guidelines. However, the site is designated in the draft new set of plan as the Canada Water Opportunity Area, which is envisaged to achieve higher densities. In addition, the proposed accommodation would be of high quality, and the proposal would not have a negative impact on amenity of adjoining occupiers. Block A would be a linear building located perpendicularly to Lower Road, which is also where the main entrance to the block would be. It would contain 42 units. 81% of the units would be dual aspect. All units would be sufficiently large to meet internal space standards, would receive good levels of daylight and sunlight, and would have access to private amenity space in the form of balconies. The block has been designed in a way that respects the amenity of existing neighbors. Direct views would exceed the 21-meter guideline recommended in the residential design standards, and the distance between the proposal and existing adjoining buildings would also ensure that neighbors would not experience any adverse impact in terms of daylight and sunlight. Block B would be positioned parallel to the existing 2-story Moss Way terrace. As you can see, the 4th floor has been substantially set back from the front facade in order to reduce the impact on current Moss Way occupiers. The block would contain 20 units. 90% of the units would be dual aspect, and all units would receive good levels of natural daylight and sunlight. All units would also meet internal space standards, and occupiers would have access to private amenity space in the form of balconies. The separation distance between Block B and existing Anmosway Terrace would exceed the 12-meter guideline at all levels. One of the main concerns expressed in objections was overlooking that would occur from the proposed roof terraces at 4th floor level. The terraces are set even further back from the front facade of the building and therefore also comply with the residential design standards in terms of the separation distance. Another concern expressed by the neighbors was the proposed massing of the blocks and introduction of flats in an area that currently mainly features houses. The proposed design is considered to be appropriate within its setting in terms of massing and architectural detail. The proposal makes efficient use of land by introducing 2 blocks of flats. Block A has been designed in a way that places its highest element in the middle and thus reduces the visual impact the building has on Lower Road and Anmosway. It also responds to the scale of residential block along Neptune Street immediately across Lower Road, which is 5 stories high. Block B has also been designed to respond to its surrounding residential scale as much as possible. As mentioned before, it steps down in height closer to Anmosway Terrace to 3 stories, which is only 1 story higher than the 2-story terrace opposite. Both blocks would be considered constructed in brick, which would ensure high-quality architectural finish and is considered to be an appropriate external material in the local context. Both buildings would feature colorful metal detailing that would add interest to the architecture and would ensure a positive visual contribution to the area. In terms of landscaping, 23 trees would be removed to make way for the proposed development. However, 26 new trees would be planted and a financial contribution would be paid to allow for further tree planting in the vicinity of the site. As mentioned, the play space would be located in the middle of the site, where it would be easily accessible for the occupiers. Following the consultation process and in response to concerns from local people that the development would be secluded from the rest of the community, the applicant has offered to provide public access to the play area during daylight hours, which is considered to be another positive feature of the proposal. 192 photovoltaic panels would be installed on the roof of the 2 buildings, which would allow for 39.7% carbon emission savings. Overall, the proposal would achieve 55% on-site savings, which exceeds the minimum requirement of 35%. A contribution to make up for the 45% shortfall would be paid. The proposal would be a car-free development, apart from 2 disabled car parking spaces with access from Anmosway, and it would provide a sufficient number of cycle storage spaces. Impact on parking availability is one of the main concerns raised by objectors. A parking survey showed that Anmosway does experience a high level of parking, mainly due to being one of the last places that is not a controlled parking zone in proximity of the site. Though it is also noted that the majority of the houses along Anmosway have their own individual off-street car parking spaces. As such, it is considered that the proposal would not have significant negative impact on availability of parking for immediate neighbors. In addition, it is understood that consultation to introduce a CPZ along Anmosway is forthcoming, and so a clause to prevent future occupiers from applying for a parking permit would be included in the legal agreement to further mitigate any future impact. Refuse collection would take place from Anmosway. Following the large number of objections about the design of the refuse store received initially, it has been redesigned to have direct access from Anmosway. This would overcome the concern that bins would be left on the pavement. A refuse holding area would be located in Block A, and a caretaker would be employed to move the bins to A collection from the main refuse store in Block B. We consider this arrangement acceptable. Deliveries and other servicing would take place from Anmosway as well. 2 parking spaces would be relocated to allow for delivery vans to stop in front of the entrance. The parking spaces would be located in place of a drop curb around the corner that will no longer be required. Just before I summarize my recommendation, I would like to draw your attention to the addendum which was submitted to you yesterday, and I'll quickly talk about the details that were included. Since completion of the report, 3 additional objections were received and are noted in the addendum. However, it's considered that apart from introducing more detailed concerns, the submitted comments do not raise new substantive issues which were not assessed in the main report. In addition to paragraph 13 that sets out heritage-related spatial designations, it is also noted that Southwark Park is a Grade 2 listed park. The proposal would be visible from some vantage points within the park. However, it is considered that the impact on these views would be insignificant due to the relatively low-rise nature of the development, which is seen within the setting, that already contains buildings that are visible from the park. Another point that has been added is a clarification about the BSc and NSL daylight testing results that were presented in the report. The two tests should be read as separate considerations, although one of these does represent the distribution of light across the room and takes into account light from alternative windows. In addition, an updated tree report was submitted, which made clarification that 5 additional Category C trees would be removed. And another clarification was made that instead of planting 28, 26 trees would be removed. And all of this has resulted in changes to the tree loss contribution that would now result in approximately 43,000 pounds. In addition, a change to the list of heads of terms has been made in paragraph 133, which adds the aforementioned tree loss contribution, as well as the clause to prevent future acquirers of development from applying for a parking permit, which was mentioned in the report. And a small note that paragraph 137 should refer to Appendix 1 rather than Appendix 2. But other than that, in the summary of the proposed development, it would be an efficient use of currently vacant and disused brownfield land. It would provide new high-quality homes, including 50% affordable housing. It would be of high standard of design and residential quality and would not have a negative impact on the amenity of adjoining occupiers. And it would also provide access to new play space for local children as well as occupiers of the development. In light of this, the planning application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to a legal agreement and conditions.
Thank you very much indeed. Any questions from the committee? Councillor Whittam.
Just coming back to the tree issue, to replace 23 trees with 26 doesn't seem very generous, I have to say, because normally we get about double. And there's no update in the stem girth from 1316 centimetres in the original reporting, paragraph 121. We don't know what the total tree girth loss is with the additional trees.
Yes, trees would be lost. However, it's quite important to note that currently this site is not. It only contains a small, 2 buildings that are not very large, and there is quite a lot of vegetation because the site has been vacant for a very long time. So in order to build these new lots and to provide all these new residential units, unfortunately the trees have to be lost, but as many trees as possible have been proposed to be planted in order to make up for that loss of existing trees. In terms of the contribution, I recognize the stem girth has not been reflected in the report or the addendum. However, our tree officer did update the CAVAT value in the spreadsheet, and that is what is informing the contribution, which also includes inflation, and that is the reason why the number is quite large in comparison to previously reported numbers.
Okay. Well, right, okay. If I can come on road and I'll get along.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paul. I would like to ask about trees, follow up on that. And the low-grade category C trees that have been removed, what are the what category of replacement trees?
Thank you.
So the diagram on page 29 correctly reflects the proposed trees.
In your report.
Yeah, in your report, sorry. That's not
Small 29. Small 29.
No, there's nothing else.
Oh, it's yes, small 29.
Paragraph,
bottom of
paragraph
Yes,
126.
that's page.
No, sorry, that's not correct.
It's page,
Yeah,
page 38, in the whole agendas number in the system, we also have the internal report number in the system, so sorry for the confusion. It's page 38 in the agenda, it's numbering system at the top.
that's the actual report, so that's the whole document.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. It's, just wanted to sake of clarification, the question related to category C trees that are currently on the site. Those are identified for removal and so on. The replacement trees would be subject to a condition, a landscape condition, which would be approved by officers, and their condition is of the highest condition, including normally a clause within that condition which said that the tree should last at least 5 years, and it will be checked after 5 years so that it's still there, and if it's not there 5 years, it will be replaced. But that's our normal way that we have replacement, we condition replacement trees.
Okay, so committee is not keen on big numbers of trees being removed, but sometimes that has to be the case. And to justify the removal of those trees, you're talking about low quality category C trees. Well, I think we would be expecting them, as you've mentioned them as low quality category C, expecting them to be of a better quality, better category, yeah?
Certainly, sorry, for the sake of clarity, Chair, we are saying that the trees that are being removed are low quality category C trees. The new trees are going to be of the highest quality trees. The stipulation on the stem girth is actually sets out the quality of the replacement trees. They can't be replaced. The 26 replacement trees can't be saplings. They have to be of a certain stem girth already when they are installed. And then there's the shortfall, because the trees that are being removed, the shortfall is calculated on their financial value, the carat value, and that is even after replacement, and that is locked into the Section 106 agreement contribution to contribute to further planting of trees in the locality.
Thank you. I don't take further questions from trees. We can always come back to that item later on. If there are other questions, please. Other questions? Who will go first? Other than trees.
Mine was just about, it was a different question about trees. It was just in terms of the 43,000, if you could just remind us, what the process is for spending that money, in terms of, and is it confined to the local area?
Those tree planting proposals are generally done by our Parks and Landscape department, Parks and Highways department, and they identify, they have a rolling program, and then when that money is drawn down, that is done through a Section 106 with consultation with ward members, elected members, and so on. If they exceed certain limits, if it's a large planting exercise, over £100,000, that would come back to this committee for approval of that expenditure. But that typically is the way that it's done. It's expected that it would be planted in the locality nearby, in areas where the trees can be planted.
Expected that. It's very different from it will be. So just what is, sorry, Chair, but you know, if we're gonna, you know, something raises about trees, you know, it's quite important that it is in the local area. We've got them in this area, and the mitigating, you know, the money is to mitigate the impact.
But I said, Chair, I said that it would be expected. I say that because there's ample opportunity in the immediate area to do that. So I would, you know, I can't guarantee it. I can't say I will, you know, everyone will be marked and shown to be done, but I expect that it will be done, and that is how that this money would be spent.
Duly noted. Duly noted. Councillor Newlands, followed by, forgive me, Councillor Vines first, in fact. Oh, do you want to go? The first Councillor Vines. Forgive me, let's make sure we get it right. I'm not taking further questions on trees. This is a distinct question, please.
It's a distinct question,
Thank you.
Which is not unrelated to loss of trees. Nevertheless, on the page 30 at the bottom, 39 at the top, it goes on to talk about flood defences, and it says that this development is in an area where there is a high risk of flooding, basically. I'm conscious that you've already mentioned that there is the site as it exists at the moment. Obviously, basically, it's presumably a fully permeable site where there's a lot of vegetation that has crept up over the years that it's been abandoned, including several trees. You said during your presentation that we're getting 26 trees. We'd like to know why it's not possible, and particularly with reference to paragraph 123, which already says a flood risk assessment has been submitted to account for the risk and suggest any mitigation measures that could be put in place, because obviously there's a clear indication in those paragraphs that mitigation is required. That mitigation is required, and in those circumstances, surely, do you not think that? Okay, so why isn't it possible to have more trees? And trees presumably would be a mitigation also against the flood risks.
Thank you. We've got those questions. Do you want to respond now, or should we do it later?
Sorry, what is the question?
So you said that it's not possible to have more than 26 trees. Why? Okay. And do you accept that the trees also would be an additional mitigation against flood risk? And what are we doing about the fact that there is considerable flood risk, specifically comparing the site as it is now, where there is vegetation and presumably permeable ground, to what it will become once it has these development on it, and therefore the flood risk will increase as a result of that already, and we're losing the trees.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, I may need to possibly reword what I said before. I don't think it's not possible to plant any more trees, but at the moment the proposal is for 26 trees, and we consider it acceptable in light of the information that has been submitted with the advice from our tree officer, who has agreed for this to happen. In terms of the flood risk mitigation, I think there is a difference between flood risk, river flooding, and there's a difference between drainage. In terms of flood risk, the immediate risk that I'm talking about in the report, paragraph 1, 2, 3, it refers to river flooding, and the mitigation that is in place in this planning application is the fact that they've raised the floor levels, finished floor levels, which means that accommodation is protected from immediate risk. In terms of how landscaping and trees can interact with mitigation of drainage, we have considered it, and in this particular case, Yeah, a drainage strategy was submitted and it was reviewed, but we also consider that further information is required just to clarify exactly what those mitigation measures are, and so a petition was recommended, which is not unusual for this scale of applications.
Thank you. Thank you for your I'm not to take further questions on this one. If I may request Captain Duendy, we could take further questions to either to the applicant or we take it at the closing part of our meeting.
That's an unrelated matter.
Unrelated.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I also wanted to ask for clarification about the refuse collection, because I recall when we were briefed about this, there was this moving of bins, and my understanding is that that's also what you've just described, but I was a bit confused because in paragraph 110, my understanding was that there is access, it says refuse storage area with both is directly accessible from Ann Moss Way. And therefore, sorry, I don't understand, why do they still have to be moved by caretaker? I thought the whole point, when I read this, I thought, oh, that's good, that's being sold, because they can be collected directly from, but apparently not.
Thank you. Councillor.
The refuse collection, the main store is accessible from Ann Moss Way, but because it's located in Block B, we have to consider the comfort of a residence in Block A in making sure that they don't have to walk overly far to dispose of their refuse. So there is a holding area in Block A, and the applicant has confirmed that a caretaker would be employed to move the bins that are collected in the holding area during the week. And the bins would then be moved to the main storage or collection point, whichever way you want to refer to it, that is accessible from Ann Moss Way when the refuse bins will be collected.
Thank you. Forgive me. I'm not going to take further questions from the committee at this stage. I want to hear from the objectors. We can always return to further questions of officers if that's necessary, but we have the opportunity, of course, before then to speak with the applicant or indeed the applicant agent as an intermediary. But I'm just conscious of time. I'd like to move forward, if you don't mind. Can I ask, are there objectors in the room? Are there objectors in the room? Oh, I don't believe you want to object to that, but oh, okay. All right, come forward. Please come forward. I'm going to invite you, please introduce yourself. Okay. And when I indicate you have 3 minutes to make your presentation, ideally, if you could indicate the block or street that you live on, but not the number. Okay.
And Moss Way.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Can I ask you please introduce yourself?
Is this working?
Yeah, if you could press
You
one.
need to press the button on the right.
Thank you. Right, good evening. My name is Susan Grace and I represent residents at Ann Moss Way who object to the application in its current form. Not
Okay, if I forgive me, so you introduce yourself, I will now start the clock. There we go. Start now. There we go.
I represent residents who object to aspects of the application, not the application per se, but just certain aspects of it. The prime one we have issues with, and which we've raised with the Council and Peabody, relate to the servicing and deliveries. While modifications have been made to that, in our view, the current proposal for on-street services and deliveries with preserved two-car parking is insufficient for the volumes of services and delivery vehicles that would be expected in the area. B, will have a significant negative impact on the current residents of the street, particularly those who live in a cul-de-sac where the vehicles will be turning around. And C, represents health and safety risk to young children and cyclists in that area. We consider some of the data in the Ardent Transport report is somewhat old, and it was that data that the planning officer's report was, as we understand it, based on. Because when it was stated the small number of deliveries is not expected to cause significant disruption to the use of the road, those deliveries and servicing trips were based on 16 over a 12-hour period, 16 additional trips, 8 in and 8 out. The data was based on, we understand, through surveys done in 2014 on Greenwich High Road apartments, which were 226, and in November 2017, Woods Road, Peckham. While those residences have a larger number of flats than some owners will have, they also, we understand, have cars, so they will have less need for servicing and deliveries. In addition, and we can all acknowledge in the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a significant increase in the number of online shopping and therefore deliveries. One of our residents has done a webcam analysis of the certain vehicles going in and out of numbers 1 to 28 and Moss Way. And over 2 days recently, there were 12.4 vehicles an hour, of which 3.7 were vans. It's assumed a lot of those vans would be services and deliveries. With the addition of 62 homes, it's difficult to see how the figures of just 16 deliveries over a 12-hour period can be based on. We think there will be considerably more, and that impacts on the residents in the street. We'd like the planning officer in the report to have a condition that they really look at the delivery and servicing aspect of this proposal, preferably to have it on site. If that is not possible, to look at it and have sufficient parking on the road to make sure there's no congestion, risk to children, and look again at that swept path curve where those vehicles will turn to make sure residents are not blocked in and there's not a risk to children and cyclists. We also have some other objections relating to some of the conditions, and we would like to see some amendments made regarding Block B, some additional trees on the corner, and condition 15 on the
Your time is up.
Okay.
Can I invite questions from the committee? Councillor Whitman?
Could you just continue and finish your train of thought?
My train of thought, yes. We've looked at the conditions and we were just requesting some modifications to those. We object in the current form to model modifications. The residents would be comfortable with them. One relates to condition 15 regarding the trees, everyone's hot topic. We feel that the area coming around the corner into Block B, which is an area that's got a hard landscape, would be improved by having some additional tree planting to Unit B 0007. It's rather plain, an additional tree or two would soften it. I'm sure that could be hopefully accommodated. The security measures, grade 14, we were impressed by the Secured by Design report. Given that Southwark has the second highest crime rate in all the boroughs, we naturally have a good residents' neighbourhood watch group. We would like to be consulted on the Secured by Design report to make sure that our needs and can be encompassed. We would also like to see, as part of Secured by Design, a CCTV camera placed on Lower Road at the entrance to the site and in Moss Way. We feel that would be helpful for new residents and existing residents, given the level of crime in Rotherhithe. We would also like to see under grade condition 11 the service management, I've lost the train of thought, grade condition 8, the service management plan. It refers to being elements of services in the refuse collection, which we all agree is very important, but we'd like that expanded to include all elements of services and deliveries. What's going to happen to the tradesman who's there for 4 hours fixing someone's washing machine, and you've got other on-site deliveries coming through. And lastly, on our requests of, again, modifications is grade condition 14 relating to the bricks. At the moment, they're currently in a light grey colour. We think Block B, and this is only in relation to Block B, would integrate far better into the existing suburban landscape, which is not grey design, it's more Victorian, if the bricks were to closely mirror what we have today in Moss Way. So Block B faces out in this colour scheme to something that exists today. Thank you.
Thank you for your very comprehensive presentation, Councillor Moss.
Thank you, Chair. I wondered if you talked about the servicing and that you've done some studies. And where did you say that was? You said it was 1 to 3 on Moss Way?
1 to 28, where the vehicles come up and Moss. Sorry, when the vehicles come up and Moss Way and turn right to go down to this designated service delivery area, one of our residents did on the 29th, 30th of January, the webcam is monitoring for 10 hours each day, the number of vehicles going down, which on an average 3.7 were vans, which is more likely to be services and deliveries.
And can I just ask, so I know I happened to have picked up that number 1 on Moss Way is on the council's
That's correct.
new homes delivery. So what's there at the moment?
Currently, number 1 Ann Moss Way was a former nursing care, I think it was a dementia facility for elderly people, yes.
But it's vacant now.
It's got some people in, I'm not sure of the term, Kath will correct me, to keep it secure, to keep it free from squatters. But obviously the council own it and it's going to be demolished and residential care, new residents built, I understand 18, so that will further impact the load on that road.
But, sorry, Chair, so as it stands, essentially the delivery vehicles and the coming and going that's happening at the moment is all just servicing residential houses effectively?
Yes, the existing residents from number 1, which only does have a few people in it, I understand, but from number 2 to number 28, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Just thinking about the speeding possibilities and people coming in too fast and not seeing children, do you think a rumble strip would help at all?
I think those things always do help. They always slow things down. Yes, I think it would.
I'm not sure about the trees on the corner. That may be because of line of sight round the corner, so that people can actually see if anybody is there. So
We just thought it would be something to soften the landscape. It's quite a hard landscape. Whether there's a secure by design principle or traffic consideration, I'm not sure.
I'll ask the officer.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there further questions to the objector? If I may just clarify a few points that you've raised. You said you'd like to be consulted on the service management plan. And what aspect of the plan are you?
We want the service management plan to be. We'd like the service management plan to be expanded to include more than just the refuse collection, which is what it primarily focuses on today, but to look at all. Sorry, my throat's going. All aspects of services and deliveries, because whether it's a Ocado, Tesco, or someone needs a tradesman to install a new, dryer or something like that, it's all part of our mind of servicing and deliveries, and there has to be a comprehensive plan for that, and for making sure those vehicles, so if you've only got 4 of them arriving at once, what happens?
Thank you. So, you're right. And as regards condition 14, rigs and fitting into the immediate surrounding, I wondered if you've spoken to the applicants and expressed your views about this. And,
on number 14,
Yeah.
security measures.
Yes.
The
bricks.
Your number for security measures in terms of the neighbourhood watch group.
No, the bricks.
The bricks, we haven't mentioned that, yes.
And the response from the applicants at this
The
point?
response was that they had made them lighter, but they're still an urban design, the light grey brick. But Ann Moss Way is a suburban zone in the Canada Water Plan, and we would like Block B to integrate more into the existing residents in that street, which is suburban, and mirror the existing brickwork.
And just to clarify, you're representing how many of your neighbours? Use your mic, sorry.
I think nearly all my neighbours who are all the neighbours who are on our mailing group, which is about 70 to 80.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stokes. Please take some of your mic.
Thank you, Susan, once again for your comprehensive presentation. Can I just ask you about, again, servicing? You mentioned the cul-de-sac and that the vehicles, servicing vehicles, will be compelled to turn around in the cul-de-sac. Again, did you have residents would that impact?
Well, there's about 4 homes in the 3-point turn area of the Southwark Park, all of which have cars which are parked off the street. I think 3 of them have cars which are off-street parking. So if there's vehicles turning in that cul-de-sac Southwark Park area, which is frequent, it is a small narrow street, so there's not much else room for them but to turn there. It will potentially, make it difficult for people to get in and out of their homes in that street.
Can I just, Chair, if you will, is that a practice that currently occurs, or is that something that you envisage if this
It's
application?
currently, I think the rubbish trucks and some of the others do turn around that area, but because it's a small, narrow street, the volume of that will increase dramatically for people going down that part of the street.
Then we can take that.
But very good, we could take that up with the applicant. Thank you very much for your comprehensive contribution, and please be available, we may need you later on. Okay, thank you. Can I invite the applicant or applicant agent to come forward, please? If I can invite you, first of all, to introduce yourself. When I indicate please, you will have 3 minutes to make your presentation.
My name is Tim Gaskell. Sorry, I'll do that again. My name is Tim Gaskell. I'm the agent of the application speaking on behalf of people.
Very good. You have 2 minutes starting now.
As you will have seen, at present the site is unattractive and has been vacant since 2008. It is a waste of land, especially given the housing crisis in London. Peabody, the applicants, are proposing 62 much-needed new homes, half of which are affordable. I will touch on some of the other benefits of the scheme, but just in terms of some of the previous points. Obviously, grateful that the objectors sort of acknowledge the benefits of the scheme and the desire to deliver more homes, but we do recognise the concerns raised. Servicing is something we've looked at and considered, and I would say we are proposing to service the site from Amos Way, but that is not an unusual situation. The servicing will be relatively limited. It is a residential development, and the levels of traffic it's going to generate are likely to be much lower than when the site operated as an ambulance station beforehand. We've also adjusted the refuse arrangements to respond to comments raised, as the officers highlighted in the plans you can see on the screen in front of you. I think we'd be quite happy to sort of continue that discussion in terms of seeing if there's ways we can look at ensuring vehicles deliver in a way that suits residents best, and we'd certainly be willing to sort of review any material they have on that. We have noted the comments raised about the data that was in our traffic report. We have checked that and cross-referenced that against other sources of material, and we're quite happy that the material we've submitted is correct. In terms of some of the other points raised, in terms of the trees, I think that was a good one. We have proposed 26 trees. That's not a maximum figure. That was a figure we felt that was appropriate for the site. We can increase that number. I don't think we could double it, but we could certainly have more. You have a condition in your committee report, number 15, which would allow for a further discussion on the number of trees that could be provided, and certainly we could increase that if members or officers or residents felt that was beneficial. I'm not sure about one on the corner of Block B for the reasons that were raised, but we can certainly look at that. Equally, in terms of aspects like brick design and colour, we put forward what we feel is appropriate, but that is an open discussion we'd be happy to have. Similar with secure by design, we're glad that's supported, but again, we'd be happy to continue and have more discussions with residents and officers. Just in summary, we've worked hard to deliver the scheme. We've got 62 good quality homes that meet standards. Half of them are affordable, good quantum of social rented homes in there. All of the masonettes are social rented homes. We feel that this will be a good improvement to the area and will add positive features to the street.
Your title. Thank you very much. Turn to the mic, please. And by question from the committee, I'll start with Sam.
Thanks. If I can just turn to graphic 23, the one behind that's on there. And I just wanted to ask you as the applicant whether you felt that the requirements for your scheme had been adequately met by the proposed traffic treatment that has been proposed in relation to Almos Way, and what work we've done with our traffic and parking teams to ensure that the arrangements in place are adequate. In particular, I draw your attention to the designated refuse vehicle block or shading and the build out there, and then the access to the disabled parking spaces that are next to it, and then the build out again, and then the parking. And I just want for you to explain or expand upon the discussions that you've had, or your response to the proposed traffic treatment for that section of Almos Way.
Chair, would it be appropriate to ask my transport consultant?
Yes, absolutely.
Kevin,
If they could invite, introduce themselves, please.
Sorry, Kevin Markey, Arden Consultant Engineers. I suppose in answer to the question, we've been in sort of fairly long and lengthy discussions with the Highway Authority on this. We've offered up a variety of options in terms of delivery and servicing, from a dedicated loading bay through to single and double yellow lines, to, I suppose, offer flexibility for different servicing arrangements which will be secured through sort of Section 278 agreements. On either side of the disabled parking bays, there's opportunity for delivery and servicing to happen, and then again further along Almos Way, closer to the junction with Low Road, there's a sort of fairly lengthy section of double yellow lines where again delivery and servicing can occur. Does that answer the question?
Councillor's happy. I can move with my left, going forward. Councillor Bynum.
Thank you, Chair. You said there's a good quantum of social rent, but there's only 26% social rent, which is effectively what we would expect if the affordable housing target was 35%, not 50%. So why are we not getting more social rent out of this application?
Fundamentally, there's a viability. Unfortunately, there's a viability constraint to even housing associations and their ability to develop. They obviously have to purchase this site on the open market. There are no discounts given to them just because it's the NHS selling. So they still need to have an element of cross subsidy from private sale units. The 25% is obviously the policy requirement set out in your draft local plan, and the uplift is, as you say, intermediate units, but we still feel that offers a benefit above and beyond the standard 35% scheme. Obviously, Peabody will work hard to improve that, and they always do on their sites if possible, but at this stage they do have to operate within a financial constraint, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Bynum. And keep moving along, Councillor Ewan.
Thank you. The theme of deliveries, I'm conscious that in the context of the climate emergency, we actually should perhaps be moving, as if possible, to have fewer deliveries. And one way of ensuring that happens is to encourage residents to use click and collect rather than having everything delivered in individual packages to individual houses.
I've got you the question, Councillor.
Do you know whether there are premises in the immediate vicinity, sort of, I mean, some shops do it, whatever, that could act as hubs for click and collect?
I mean, the immediate vicinity is in effect the Canada Water Master Plan, so this is an area which will be changing very significantly. I would have thought in the Sainsbury's, I mean, we've got Tesco's at Canada Water, but
I don't know the area that well.
Sorry, Councillor. Forgive me, Councillor. I'm going to take planning-related questions. Okay, we can have a discussion about click and collect another time, but not right now, please. I want to now move on to Councillor Whittam, unless you've got a separate question, Councillor Newen.
I have no separate question, but it was a question about a planning concern which has been raised by lots of people in relation to the quantity of deliveries, actually, so I think it is relevant.
Okay, well, we've had a number of responses to that particular question. I'm not going to take further questions on that unless we really need to get to know the service. But I'll now take Councillor Soames, followed by Councillor Whitman.
I've just got a quick question.
But not on deliveries, though.
No.
Not on deliveries. I've heard you loud and clear, Chair.
Got two blocks, block A and B. Why haven't you been able to propose a complete tenure mix in both blocks? Why is essentially block A is going to be sort of private and the social rented homes in block B? That's question one. And then there was an anomaly that the Susan raised around the sort of the traffic survey that's been carried out. She seemed to think that it was based on a report in 2014-16. So why do the objectives think that your report is incorrect or your studies are incorrect? If you could just address those two, please.
Well, I'll take the first one, I'll pass it on to Kevin. So we do have a mixture of tenures throughout the scheme. Block A, as you say, is private and intermediate. And there is a issue in terms of mixing them to a great degree in terms of the way the blocks are managed, and the service charges in particular are divided up. Pepper potting to the complete degree means that service charges are generally higher for the social rented residents, which so many people do try to avoid. It also impacts on the viability of the scheme as a whole as well. So it has a number of features that make it harder to deliver the scheme.
Yeah, with regards to the two sites that we've used, we did discuss this with Southwark Highways, and at the time it was agreed that they were comparable, just in terms of level of accessibility and sort of type of unit and location. We've gone back and we have looked at this again using other data sets, and it comes out very similar answer using more recent data for different sites. I suppose one point it's noteworthy, there's been some research done about 6 months ago that shows that actually the number of trips in total has generally reduced over the last couple of years. So in a sense, using older data is often considered slightly more robust.
Thank you for your response. Councillor Whitman, please.
This caretaker, do they live on site?
No, so they would be generally 8 till 4 Monday to Friday.
So what happens
Councillor
when...
Whitman, this is not a planning question. Planning questions, please.
What happens when he calls in sick and the bin goes?
Councillor Whitman, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go that question now. That will be dealt with at another place, another time. I will planning questions on the report, please. So, Councillor Delmoris, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we've had, I've got two questions, if I may, totally different questions, nothing to do with trees or cars. It's just to pick up on the point about the pepper potting. So we have had people who are not traditional social housing providers who are able to do pepper potting. And I just wondered if you could expand on what you meant by it would impact on viability. Are you saying that people won't buy the private flats if they've got to share them with social housing tenants or something? I just wanted to understand what you meant by that.
It's not that they won't buy, it reduces the values, being brutally honest.
That's a separate distinct question. I'm not.
No, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. No, I'm not going to. I just wanted to establish that was what he meant when by impacting on the viability, and he's confirmed that is what he meant. So that's
why I was very careful not to go further on that point. I'm going to refer members to paragraph 11 in the report where we talk about the service charge being inclusive.
Yes.
Right. Okay. You've got a separate question.
I have got a separate question, which is about your carbon emissions. And I just wanted to clarify. So people often say that actually photovoltaic panels don't really generate much electricity. So they're often quoted as not being terribly effective. And I just wondered what your current plans are. It talks about there may be in the future, there may be some opportunity to go into or whatever, but in the interim, or failing that, what are your carbon measures going to be? How are you going to reduce it?
So there's two main elements. Firstly, it's a sort of fabric first, building a more efficient building to reduce, save energy in the first place, and then the renewable element is made up of the PV panels on the roof. They are efficient. We see them put on a lot of our buildings. People install many of their developments, and the report sets out that would save a significant degree of carbon. I have no issue with that. Obviously, in the long term, there is an aspiration generally in London to have more heat networks, and because we have a communal system, it would be possible to connect into that. Perhaps, maybe when the PV panels come up as being replaced in 20 years' time or however long they would last, 25 years, then that might be something. But at least with a communal system, that's an option that would be open to Peabody at that moment. And if that's more efficient and better, then one would imagine that would be chosen.
Thank you for what is a very important question for future applications. I will just keep flagging up now that our response to the climate change crisis is one that I'm very sensitive to, and one that the committee should pay very close attention to in the future. So, Councillor Morris, do you have further questions?
No, it's fine.
Very good. Councillor Whitson.
Just coming back to the objectives point about the colour of the bricks, have you considered trying to make it look more homogeneous with across the street?
Yes, we did, and we looked at a range of colours, and we had discussions with design officers about that. We personally felt that the brick we've chosen is the best one for the scheme in the area. But the brick, ultimately, there is a condition which requires details of the brick to be secured. We've got to build a 1 metre square sample panel on site. So, I'd very much say that is a discussion that we will be having again. And sometimes it's the case when you put these sample panels on site and you see it in the open air, in the context, actually, it may be that we come to a different answer. We're not going to die in a ditch for that, but it's just what we feel is best at this time, at this point in time.
Thank you. In other words, you're open to reviewing the current recommended bricks to one that maybe the neighbours might find more acceptable. You're open, right?
Yes. I mean, I look at the image behind you and I think that's an attractive composition. But
yes, it is.
But yes, it's answered. And our architects are here tonight, and I'm sure they've noted your comments.
Okay. Can I also ask, as regards the service management plan, the neighbours have asked us to be consulted. I know they will be, I would imagine anyway, but be consulted and be able to discuss beyond the issue of refuse collection, but other family-related issues. You'll be open to that, I would assume?
Yeah. Yes, I mean, it is a condition that we require to be submitted. Obviously, conditions anybody can comment on, but I see no reason why we couldn't sort of discuss that before submission with the local residents.
Very good. And my last point, my point objective regards to security by design, right? And the issue of additional cameras and so on. I would imagine that you would have received the inquiries previously. Have you responded to those inquiries by the neighbours who are concerned that the design be suitable, that it doesn't promote but designs out the potential for design? In other words, there are no grey spots which people can lurk, that there's adequate security, lighting, or indeed cameras. Are these the sort of elements you've already taken into account, or would you be happy to discuss this further with the neighbours?
So there are elements we've already taken into account. We've had meetings with the Secure by Design officer. Obviously, this is a development which people are going to be building and wholly maintaining for a long time, so they want to look after it for their residents. We have a condition which details secure by design. In terms of particularly one about a camera on that spot, I don't believe that's been raised by the Metropolitan Police to date, but we've got to submit a condition, and I'm sure that's something we can consider as part of that process.
And just for clarity's sake, I know the officers will be talking about this anyway, that so the neighbours have a particular series of recommendations, and that would naturally feed into your processes anyway, and through that a decision will be made as to whether a change is necessary based upon the evidence that might be presented by the neighbours. Right, okay, that's fine. I won't take that further. Let's take Councillor Whittam as the last question.
The playground area, you stated that that will be open to all residents of Amherst Way. How will you make that happen? Will you have gates that are open all day, or will you give them a code, or what will happen?
We've said that it would be available to all residents in the area, not just Amherst Way, but potentially on the other side of Lower Road. In terms of that precise detail, I don't think, I suspect the answer is that we haven't got there yet, but we would look at the best way to do that. I suspect the answer will be that the gate would be open during daylight hours, for example. I don't think it would be feasible to give everybody in the neighbourhood a code, but it might be more the case that the gate's open, people can come and go as they want, and then perhaps, you know, at certain times late into the night it gets closed, and perhaps limit anti-social behaviour.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Thank you. Can I invite, if there's in the room, a supporter who lives within 100 metres of the development site? Is there a supporter? If not,
Yes.
there is a supporter. Please, come forward. Can I invite you first of all to introduce yourself, and would I indicate you have 2 minutes to make your presentation.
Kerry Hurley from Amherst Way as well.
You may begin.
Thank you very much for hearing us. I think a lot of the points that I want to cover have already been discussed as well, but I'm taking your advice to speak as a supporter to make a number of further points and some clarifications. So firstly, this is very much an eyesore at the moment, which is a security risk and a complete waste of space. So we're very...
I'm sorry, sir. Forgive me for interrupting.
Yeah.
Forgive me. If you're a supporter,
yeah.
We're expecting a sort of positive start. Oh, I see. I will reset my clock. You may now start.
Thank you. So we're very much in favour of the fact that this is going to be resolved, and some very positive homes are being built. Also, the developer has improved some aspects of this in response to residents. You know, it's quite an environmentally responsible development. Now, the car-free is very much seen as a positive and a way of future going forward. The landscape garden and play area, making that accessible to all, has been seen as a very, very positive and bringing nice amenities to people in the area as well. Thank the developer for that. The affordable housing of 50% is a real positive, especially for any development. We know that it's tricky to get the numbers of affordable housing, especially, so that again is very much seen as a positive and a reason why we want to support this application for these homes in the area. We also support the 4 conditions as well that the objectors raised, as you previously discussed as well. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your very supportive statements. Can I just, if I may ask a question of you, and unfortunately many of these applications, which is quite surprising, particularly where they are many applications worth many millions, tens of millions of pounds, often they're not supporters in the room. So I'm really pleased that you are here tonight. Okay. Just a further question on the landscaping. Why do you support the landscape, if I may ask you? Because it's it doesn't appear to make an improvement, but why do you support it, if I may ask you?
So there have been positive things that the developer has done. So he's tried to make it accommodate the street front and make that into a more civic scale on the Ann Moss Way and more residential space. More civic scale on Lower Road where it's wider on the A200 where it's wider, and lower scale on Ann Moss Way. So that has been positive. It is very much at the very maximum of what is allowed in terms of its overcroaching, so it is a bit interfering, but we realise that at least it's not as bad as having the civic scale building facing in on Ann Moss Way. But we do recognise that the developer has gone right to the absolute maximum. It isn't the grounds, but the residents are not happy about how far it's gone, but we realise that it's within the allowed limitations of what's allowed.
Thank you for your very clear response. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any questions to the supporter? Kirsten, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Can I ask if there is a councillor in the room? Can I invite councillor forward? I can ask you, please, councillor, to introduce yourself and when I indicate you may start.
Hello, I'm Councillor Bill Williams, Councillor for Rotherhithe, where the application is situated. Myself and Councillor Cryan met the residents of Ann Moss Way, and we've had extensive communication with them. We do support the objections and the concerns as laid out by Susan Grace earlier. We do think it's good that they have concerns around parking, around deliveries. We do share their concerns around servicing, especially around the bin collection. And just because it's a hot topic, click and collect is okay if you're ordering a pair of shoes or a bag. But if you're ordering white goods, TVs, mattresses, beds, flat pack furniture, it ain't gonna work. Regardless of where the click and collect is. We're concerned that the transport data is out of date, and we agree with their concerns around secure by design, CCTV, service management and brickwork. It's important to note that when Susan was speaking, no, she did not say that they were against the application per se. It's the issues around what that application will entail, such as transport, increased parking and disruption, and I don't think it would hurt the planning committee to take those into account.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Councillor Williams, I have a question in relation to the wider debate about the future of parking in that area and also this area's inclusion in Rotherhithe Healthy Streets. And I wondered if you shared the view that as part of that wider process, that the final resolution of the streetscape and the parking restrictions and the treatments might well evolve by the time that the development has actually been built out.
I think it will evolve, particularly as a majority of Ann Moss Way residents are in favour of CPZ, given the fact that the area is subject to commuter parking from people outside the area. But having said that, I do think that the concerns that they've raised are valid. There are more people working from home these days. People do shop online. There are more deliveries. So I think the thing has to be carefully managed.
Councillors who wish to ask Councillor Williams a question? No? Oh, very good. Councillor Williams, thank you very much for your presentation. Right, so then we've heard all the necessary presentations. Are there follow-up questions to officers first of all?
There was reference made to the site at 1 Anmos Way and the fact that it was under sort of occupied by guardianship, and a reference to it might be a local authority at one of our sites. Are we aware of any timescale relation to any future development from a context point of view and also the practicalities of parallel development at the same time? That would be my first question on that one. And have you anything further to add from a transport study point of view to the points around Rotherhithe, Kelsey Streets and the possible likely outcomes of the CPZ process and how that might shape the final road layout and servicing requirements over time?
Thank you. I'll answer about 1 Anmos Way, and I'll let Alex answer about transport. As far as I understand, the Housing Department is preparing a consultation about the possibility of that development coming forward, but there hasn't been planning application submitted so far, and I don't think anyone has seen any concrete plans for that development, so I wouldn't be able to say when it will come forward or how it might impact the construction process of this development.
The CPZ is just to introduce control parking where existing car parking spaces are. There might be a slight modification in some cases where if there are redundant area of the highway, additional parking bay will be introduced. But this development benefits from the possible introduction of single yellow line around the disused access that was being used by the ambulance, keep clear. So as part of Section 278 agreement, we will introduce single yellow line around that area, and this development will be able to capitalize on that area for the ad hoc delivery. And one thing I need to add is this development doesn't generate significant delivery activity. I think it's like 12 per day, two-way delivery vehicle movement per day. And we do have more genuine data by tricks, which we verify against whatever data the applicant has presented. And we feel their data is more robust than what tricks is actually predicting. So their figure represent worst case scenario. So I think the level of delivery vehicles that is predicted, we are happy with it, that it wouldn't create any problem. Another thing is, I've heard about white goods. This is initially when people move in. Even with white goods as well, we all are aware that, sometimes you wait a whole day for an item to be delivered in any event. It's not something that will be rampant at that particular location. So we are satisfied that this development will not create any significant delivery problems.
Thank you. This particular theme keeps arising. Just before arguments come in, so the online data that's used to evaluate this, you're, as far as you're concerned, the data presented by the applicant was actually more current. It's actually
Yes, yeah, because we have to verify anyway, or as with all planning applications, when the consultant present their figures, we have more bona fide data, which tricks, because tricks data is more robust, is being based on surveys that has been upgraded from time to time, updated from time to time. So we don't really rely on just one day survey or an ad hoc survey. So we have to rely on comprehensive travel survey or indeed delivery and service management, service movement survey, which tricks so is more robust than what the local residents have presented just one day.
Thank you. So I think we've taken enough questions on transport. We agreed? We move on to other subjects, or you?
I just wanted clarification from the officer on something you said, if I may, Chair. Just in terms, sorry, you said it's 12 two-way. So is that
for
Six,
holiday.
is that 6 vehicles
Six
coming and
vehicles,
going?
Yeah, 6 vehicles in, 6 vehicles out.
Okay.
So two-way movement per day.
Okay, so 6 vehicles in and out
Yeah,
a day.
per day.
Councillor Boyne, is that another transport thing? Oh, thank you. There'll be one, okay.
Okay, complete change of subject. It's my understanding, I've been led to believe there's actually a covenant on this site that the property is to be used for housing NHS staff. Are you aware of that? And if that is the case, can you explain how that's being discharged?
Okay, yeah. Yes, please.
If there is a restrictive covenant on it, it isn't a planning consideration. The restrictive covenant may exist. I take it we're not aware of it, but I would suggest, Chair, that maybe the applicant might be asked whether they're aware of it.
Just to confirm, it would be a matter between the separate property owners, so it wouldn't be a matter which would affect the members' consideration of this application. It's not, as Simon says, a material planning consideration, so there may be something in it, but it's not something which should delay the consideration of this planning application tonight.
If I may just go on, I'll come back to you. Councillor Newman, did you indicate or the question?
Can we have more trees?
Oh,
I don't know how to.
that's a perfect question. We've got that question. More trees. Can we have more trees? No, you've got it.
If the applicant, in responding to the condition that requires details for trees to be submitted, proposes more trees, we're not going to say no to that.
Thank you. I mean, I'm just conscious, obviously, the applicant has said that it would be possible to add many more trees, perhaps not twice as many, but you know, many more. So could we put a condition in to say that there have to be lots more trees?
I mean, upward review, in other words. Well, I assume that's already completed, isn't it?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, we can note the committee's observations and expectations, and we will take that will be recorded. That can be recorded in the minutes and be considered when that landscape condition is discharged or looked at in detail when the landscape proposals are submitted.
Thank you. Let it be so. Can I go to Councillor Soames, or if it's not repeating the same question?
Density.
Yes, please.
Just out of interest, a notice that in the report it says 630 habitable rooms per hectare, and it's in a suburban zone which has a limit of 200 to 350, so we got virtually double the amount. But there are exceptions when there's standard, exemplary standard in design. At what point do you reach saturation point? At what point can you, I mean, what is the upper limit on that out of interest, please? In terms of balancing the density with exceptional design?
Well, as noted in the report, there are two parts to it. One part of that within the development itself, the quality accommodation that's provided is very good. It meets and exceeds the internal space standards. So quite often in overdevelopment, you would see units that have rooms that are much smaller than space standards, which is an obvious indicator that there are too many units on a site. On the other hand, it's also about the impact on amenity of adjoining occupiers. So as explained in the report, we have found that there will be very minimal impact, one that we consider insignificant on adjoining occupiers. And in the same way, you can consider that, yeah, the design is taken into account the existing occupiers surrounding the property and have designed the buildings in a way that would not have negative impact on them. And that also forms part of the consideration for why this design is exceptional and why, at this density, this development is exceptional.
So it's it's something to be considered on a application by application basis as opposed to, well, okay.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Simmons. Councillor.
I have more information on number one, if you want me to give you that.
Oh, this is the council.
Question was that please,
Yes, Councillor.
As ward councillors, we have had discussions with Councillor Pollock, who is the cabinet member for New Homes, and he has said to us that should this application be approved this evening, he would make sure that the number one would not be developed at the same time.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there further questions to officers? Further clarification yeah.
Well, so my question was kind of related to that. So you partially answered it, but I just wondered whether the applicant could confirm if they get, if, you know, covenant permitting, everything else permitting, if they're ready to start on site as soon as all the I's are dotted and whatever.
I can invite you to answer that question. Could you use the mic, please? Sorry.
Are you ready to start construction basically as soon as everything's in place?
Yes, we are. We need to sign 106, but we've tendered it. We've got a contractor lined up, and we'd be starting this year. First half of this year.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I now go along with further closing comments you'd like to make, colleagues? I'd like to start Councillor Rose.
Just to make the observation and note the importance of continued dialogue between the applicant in relation to working with and for their neighbours, and the involvement of, under the fine stewardship of the local councillors. I'm sure that the rather high healthy streets and the resolution of CPZ and parking will be a tour de force.
Very good, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. My biggest concern was deliveries and what the objector raised about the survey being out of date and in a location which was different, but both the agent and the officers said that they don't think that deliveries is going to be such a significant problem, and that has made me feel a bit more confident going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Moss.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not convinced that there will only be 6 car deliveries a day in a 62 flat development which is car free, because if you haven't got a car, you get everything delivered. That's one of the kind of weird things. And the healthy streets thing doesn't really affect that either, because you've still got to get your deliveries. So I'm still not convinced about those figures, but it's not on its own enough to actually refuse the application, because there are a lot of good things about the application. So, but I just wanted to flag that I'll believe it when I see it, that you're only going to have 6 vans a day.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Very good, Councillor Newman.
I think it'd be fantastic to have some more trees. And I also think that the delivery problems, I'm satisfied that I think with the Healthy Streets that's going ahead, I think over the next 2 or 3 years, there will be all sorts of initiatives coming forward to promote use of cargo bikes and basically move away from this current ridiculous, goodness knows how many vans every 5 minutes delivery system. And we have to actually promote that actively as a council as well. So I think in all ways, both through the applicant, I think that is something that has to be put to the residents, not just in this development, but all over Southwark, that just handle it differently. And I'm sure that can be achieved. If there is a will, there is a way.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So, Councillor Stones.
I'm happy with the conditions that we've considered in the report, and additional comments that this application can go forward. And I would echo Councillor Rose's comments in terms of continual consultations, especially around the secure by design with local residents and in consultation with ward councillors as well. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Whittam.
I'm very happy with the 50% social affordable housing, and the fact that the playground will be open for all comers. That is a real bonus. I am still worried about the caretaker being off sick on bin day, and I hope that will be in the management plan as to where the replacement caretaker.
They'll probably use agency staff anyway.
Closing argument now, please, Councillor.
Yeah. So it is an eyesore at the moment and a very overgrown and unused site. So it's good that it's been brought into use. I will be lobbying Councillor Livingston for a rubble strip at the entrance to Amleth's Way as well.
Thank you. I'm not going to take any further time. Comments made by the committee, I wholeheartedly, completely endorse. All the key points were made, and I would like to, but I will make a particular reference to the affordable home quantum. I'm really pleased we are now looking at 50%. I think that's a further movement in the right direction, and I hope that all applicants will look at these types of development and aim to, and note that our 25% is but a bare minimum, and ideally, hopefully with some GLA support, that there's we can enhance those numbers. I'm impressed that the officers here and indeed the applicant confirmed that this is an exceptional design and therefore allows for this additional density. And like my colleagues here, I look forward to this application actually being built and experiencing what it's like to live in those homes. Okay? So I think well done to the applicant. I'll take up no further ado. I will now go into, if I may, I'll now go into the motion before colleagues become very unruly, because I'd like to move that we adopt the office recommendation set out in paragraph 1 and 2 of the report on page 11 of the agenda pack, that the planning permission be granted subject to conditions and applicants entering into the appropriate legal agreement, and that in the event of the requirement of one are not met by the 15th of May 2020, that the Director of Planning be authorised to refuse planning permission if appropriate for the reasons set out in paragraph 134 of the report. Does anyone wish to second my motion? Seconded by Councillor Whittam. Can I now move to the vote for those in favour of the motion? Unanimous. Thank you all for coming along. That motion is passed. Thank you. We now move on to item. Are we ready to move on? We have a 5-minute conference break. There you go. Okay, I think we will start. We now move on to item 6.2, which is the 840 Old Kent Road, London SE 15 1NQ, which is members pages 61 to 243 of the agenda pack. Can I ask the officer continuing report to introduce himself, and you may begin your presentation.
Hi Chair, I'm Troy Davies, Case Officer for the Development. We have the Old Kent Road Aldi scheme, so it's demolition of the existing single-storey Aldi to facilitate two buildings, 13 and 21 stories in height, to accommodate 168 residential units, with the Aldi being re-provided at the ground floor with a flexible A1, A3 unit to the southeast corner. Here we can see the existing site from the northwest. This is at the junction of Leo Street and Old Kent Road. We have a bird's eye view showing a pitch single-storey Aldi. Annotated on this slide is the closest residential occupiers, which is two of the Tustin Estate Towers, Grasmere Point and Windermere Point, with numbers 51 to 54 Clifton Crescent to the southwest of the site, and Drover's Place to the south and southwest of the site. Here we have the site is located within site allocation 17 of the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan. On the slide here, dotted in the red lines, is the application site. This development will accommodate 168 of the 900 homes proposed for Old Kent Road. OKR 17, sorry. Here we have the site location plan within the wider Old Kent Road development area. It's at the southern corridor, just before the boundary with Lewisham. On here it shows that there is capacity for a tier 2 storey building, which is the 21 storey building as part of the development. Benefits of the scheme, as mentioned before, 168 homes. This will be facilitated over 1 bed, 2 bed, 3 bed and 4 bedrooms. We have 1,778 square metres of Aldi, which is a revised floor plate of an extra 319 square metres. As mentioned, there's a 52 square metre flexible cafe unit to the southeast corner fronting onto Brimington Park, where the public open space will be. 36% of the development is affordable housing, comprising of a social 26% and intermediate 10%. Of the 390 square metre podium space, 340 square metres of this is for children's play space, with a further 50 square metres for general amenity, and to the rear is a community hall for further amenity and meeting place with people that live within the development. 66 retail car parking spaces. 25 of these will be electric charging points. 4 of those 25 will be rapid charging, which you can charge your car in 20 minutes while you do a shop. We've got a contribution of circa £360,000 to in the Section 106 agreement for upgrades to Brimington Park. We have a dual aspect percentage of 75% of the overall development, so that equates to 126 homes. The buildings are 13 and 21 stories in height, which is compliant with the AAP, and an estimated sale of just over £3 million. To coincide with this main application, we have a application in for a temporary Aldi store. So how it will work is the existing store will be demolished. To the northwest, a temporary store will be accommodated with reduced car parking capacity to 26 car parks. Once the ground floor is fit out and the rest of the development goes ahead, Aldi's completely in, the temporary store will be removed and the construction can continue. This separate application will be decided under delegated powers, is policy compliant, and is a temporary scheme that won't be there for such a long time. Here we have the proposed ground floor layout. So we have the improved Aldi store to the southeast corner. You can see where the flexible A1, A3 unit will be. They'll have the doors opening up onto Brimington Park. We have visitor cycle
spaces beside each residential entry, and as part of the improvements there'll be a full glazed window to the frontage of Old Kent Road, which creates a high street feel which is currently lacking at the site. Here we have the existing frontage between the application site and Brimington Park. As you can see, it's full of mainly tarmac there. It's unattractive, it's not really inviting. This is the proposed artist's impression of what it will be envisioned to look like. Improved public space, opening up, more room for movement, greenery, sustainable urban drainage, biodiversity and landscaping, positive impacts for the area. This is looking back at the development from the southeast, obviously that frontage with the cafe there and then along the Old Kent Road to the front. We have Southwark's Parks Department is working on aspirations for Brimington Park. This was the first consultation undertaken. As you can see, there's more greenery added to where there was predominantly tarmac, make it more inviting, more friendly for everyone to enjoy. There is a second round of consultation that will be happening very soon. I think it is this month. The second round of consultation will go ahead with the envision for that for Brimington Park. This is the existing frontage currently onto the Old Kent Road. Dull, uninspiring, doesn't really interact with the street. We have the proposed frontage, as you see, the full glazed windows with the shop front there. And we have the 4 mature trees retained on the Old Kent Road as part of the development. Obviously on your left you have the residential entrances to building A, and on the right is the residential entrances to building B. Then we move forward to the transfer floor. So if you live in building A, you can access through building B, walk up to the transfer floor, come across through the podium space and enter into building A. Vice versa, if you live in building B and you go through building A. The tenure mix and distribution, building A will be for affordable rent and intermediate. There's intermediate at the lower level of building B with predominantly private housing. Members have noted that if GLA grant funding is secured, there will be 6 additional units going into building B at intermediate level. Here's material detail, so we'll predominantly light and warm grey GRC cladding with perforated metal panels and tinted glass. Seen in the context of the Tustin estate, they have a striking contrast and can be seen as a cluster of buildings together. Here we have the transfer floor layout and podium layout, how it will all work at this level. So you have the central piece, which is the podium space and the amenity. On each side is cycle parking for both each respective building. We have refuse, the community room to the bottom, concierge, meeting rooms, and plan to the left there. Here we have the podium, or a vision of how the podium and play space will function. This is obviously subject to condition, but this is an aspiration, so we'll have interactive, holistic, imaginative play. So there's sandpit, there's water play. This so that the place can actually be used and not just be there just for space. So it's actually inviting for children to use the space with the vast array of options that are proposed for the children's play area. To the north, where the Old Kent Road elevation is a landscape area where they have parks and benches. That's where the general amenity will be, the 50 square metres, just for rest, relaxation, for people that just want to go out and enjoy the day. With regards to existing and proposed trees, so there will be 8 on-site trees removed and 1 off-site tree removed, which is just in that southwestern corner, just next to the entrance. 10 trees are to be replanted within the area, and we will have more planting on the central podium space, and we have conditioned that to comprise of semi-mature trees, semi-mature planting as well. Of the removed trees, we have one category A tree, which is category A is a very important tree. However, with the white beam tree, they don't have a long lifespan. This tree is coming to the end of its cycle, but it's just going to be replaced with another white beam tree. There's a few there's 5 category B trees. They're of mild importance. They are to be replaced as well. And category C are the low importance sycamore and maple trees. They are to be replaced as well, like for like. Also, we have conditioned as well details of a yew hedge from the access point of Leo Street to come into the car park, where it will surround the perimeter of the Old Kent Road. Yew hedges are a great native species, and they help mitigate pollution and noise impacts as well. With the electric vehicle provision at the southern boundary of the car park, we have the 25 charging points. In the middle part next to the second arrow is where the 4 rapid charging points will be, sorry. Here we have a typical floor layout. There's generally 6 flats per core, which leads to the high dual aspect ratio. Of the 55 affordable homes, the 46 will be dual aspect, so it equates to 83%. And as mentioned before, 126 of the 168 homes, 75% of the development will be dual aspect. Just shows another floor layout. We move forward to some townscape views. As mentioned before, the material design and how it's been integrated, it will sit well in existing context with the Tustin Estate Towers of Grasmere Point and Windermere Point. This view is taken from the southern end of Brimington Park. It sits in between the gaps of Grasmere and Windermere Point, so it can be viewed as the cluster of buildings. This is just another one coming into the development. They stand together on each side. And from a close-up, it can actually be shielded from some views, such as along Ilderton Road, particularly Building A, by the existing Tustin Towers. With regards to distances to residential properties, the closest property is number 54, Clifton Crescent, which is just to the south there. That is 18.7 metres away. There's generally good distances between all other residential properties. We move along to the transient shadowing. March 21st, during the spring equinox, cast shadows similar to the Tustin Estate in the morning, slender shadows. And again in the evening as the sun is setting. In the summer solstice, in the morning, again, much like the Tustin Estate Towers, the slender shadows are cast, whereas in the midday hours, the general shadow is just on the Old Kent Road. And then again in the evening, the shadow is cast as the sun sets. With the winter solstice, as you can see, there's not much sunlight for the whole day during winter. Each neighbouring occupier has at least 2 hours of sunlight each day, and the slender shadowing is more pronounced along with the Tustin Estate Towers as well. And in light of all that, this is how the proposal will look from the Old Kent Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. Question from the committee. Councillor Newman from the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you. I'm just kind of quite concerned about there's a massive shortfall, obviously, in the public space, and it refers to just providing sort of less, well, just 7% of open public space.
What page are you on?
Sorry, I'm on page 152 at the top, 91 at the bottom. So, I mean, as a total, in this table here, you're providing less than 50% of what our own policy says is the recommended amenity space, and that is a matter of huge concern. I know that a lot of these applications refer to enhancement of Brimington Park, but my understanding is that that enhancement doesn't include making it any bigger, and in those circumstances it seems that we're kind of like sort of double counting all the time, and yeah, like less than 50% of the public amenity space.
That's your question.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you're familiar with Brimington Park, but whilst it's not getting any bigger, it will get much more usable. At the moment, it's a tarmac space which you pass through. It's not particularly pleasant, and this is an opportunity to change that fundamentally, and also create a great benefit for our existing residents on the Tustin estate opposite. And what we're looking to do is integrate that with the A2 Healthy Streets project, so you get better connections between these places as well. And also it allows us the opportunity to plant more trees in that park. At the moment, unfortunately, the council doesn't have a budget to pay for capital works to finish off that element of Brimington Park. So we see this as a great opportunity to both make more use of the site at Oldie in a more efficient and sustainable way, and to take a space which isn't of much use to anybody and make it a much more pleasant and safer environment to be in, which enhances the area's biodiversity, creates more greenery, helps with urban heat islands, helps with sustainable urban drainage, and all of those things are provided by the existing space. So in terms of square meterage, it's no bigger. In terms of its benefit to wider society, I think the change will be huge.
Can I ask, okay, so in terms of the car park space for Oldie, I know that we've talked about this, and maybe this is my memory is serving me poorly, but could you explain the relative size of the car park comparison with what it is now to what it will be with the 66 spaces?
We had to assess this with the overall desire to return Aldi into the space. Aldi, through the developer, supplied evidence to demonstrate they needed that quantum of parking, and just cross-reference that with what's recently been approved at Canada Water, it is less. What we found satisfactory for Canada Water development, this is nowhere near as a quantum of room for a supermarket. So there's that. So that I'll say the whole thing, then you can ask me a question on how this. So the process was that all during the pre-application process, I have been asking the applicant to reduce and reduce and reduce. They have came back with an evidence base which shows that the evidence base shows the usage required for that size of supermarket at that location. So then we, both Transport Planner and myself representing the council, in this instance, asked them to look at ways of mitigating for that. So we came up with two things. One is that we got the wider offer of electric charging points beyond the need, plus including the rapid chargers, which are really efficient at charging exactly in the time it takes you to do a shop. So that's one thing, they're providing more than those than required. Second is that, as you may be aware from in the report, we've got two different DSP bonds attached to this application. One to do with the regular residential servicing and delivery. The supermarket one is more robust. It requires a higher level of surveys, and with targets to reduce these parking bays by 10% over 3 assessment periods, towards when we know the Transport Work Act order has been approved, so that we know the BLE will be coming. on top of that, we've agreed that as those bays become unnecessary, those bays will not be reallocated to private parking. They will be made into little pocket parks or extend cycle parking. So we believe that offer is robust, and they have put a bond behind that. So it's an extra bond, and that bond is available for us if they don't succeed with their targets to actually make more mitigation for that in that location. And it is comparable in space to what we will be retaining on the Tustin estate, our own development potential in that space. So I've negotiated this one so that we are deemed fair. We're deemed fair in comparison to Canada Water and for our own aspirations for the Tustin estate.
Thank you.
Right,
Sorry,
sorry, can I actually, so my question actually was, sorry, thank you for that information. My question actually was how the space that we are retaining here in the final development with 66 parking spaces compares with what is there now. Is it, so it's the same? Is it
slightly less? It's
In reduction of 2 car parking spaces, there's currently 68.
So we're going from 68 parking spaces to 66 parking spaces?
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Morris.
I'm with Councillor Newlands on this, the paying 300,000 shortfall into Birmingham Park. I've heard the explanation. Once upon a time, we used to have Section 106 contributions that were above and beyond the development. We had a toolkit, and they're all, open space was something contributed to in addition to, not not instead of. So it's never meant to be a shortfall, and it's become, if the Section 106 seems to have become a, there's a shortfall, so we'll give you some money. But, and that's, I don't really understand why we're doing that, but just in the specific clarification, on page 199, top number 199, bottom number 138, where we've got the tables for the Section 106 stuff, it says, so paragraph 488 says, in addition to the financial contributions set out above, one of which is that 300 and whatever it is for, oh actually no, it's not in there. Oh, that's why it says that. Why is that not included in the table then? Sorry, the three... Oh no, it is, it's just all in there separately, Okay, so paragraph 488, it says, in addition to the financial contributions set out above, and then it gives a whole list of other benefits, and it says, Brimington Park financial contribution. So is there going to be an additional contribution above and beyond making up the shortfalls towards Brimington Park, or not? And I have a second part to that as well.
Well, when we have the way our housing SPG is structured, when we have a shortfall, we discussed it at quite a few previous committees, then there is a method of calculating an offset Section 106 payment. So that's where that figure comes from. So it's related to whatever the square metre shortfall is, and then we generate a figure to make an offset payment to the neighbouring project. It so happens that the shortfall generated on this side is broadly more or less the same as the shortfall that our Parks and Environment team had for the neighbouring park project. Not something that I think anybody necessarily planned in advance, but it covers that budget shortfall. So in terms of the 106 more generally, the Section 106 SPD that we have sets out a series of calculations that you take for all the other things which are listed there. And the reason the 106 SPD was adopted was to give a structure to 106, when we transition to community infrastructure levy payments. So the community infrastructure levy payments, as Troy set out, is just over £3 million, we estimate, of which 25% will be spent in the Old Kent Road ward, as determined by Old Kent Road ward councillors and residents and communities. And so the 106 these days is basically a series of formulas within our supplementary planning guidance, which the table reflects in the main report. And that includes a formula for calculating offset public space contributions.
So thank you, but it wasn't at all my question, Chair. So my question was that in paragraph 488 it says Brimington Park financial contribution. Is that an additional contribution, section 106 contribution, on top of the contribution that they are making to make up for the shortfall in the very conveniently linked to what the Parks Department needs shortfall on their site? Is there money above and beyond that in section 106? Is my question, because if not, why is it listed in there and in the table?
Yeah. Sorry. That's just to be absolutely clear about it, is the contribution to Brimington Park is a section 106 contribution. So there isn't an additional contribution.
So that should be there, basically.
It should be. It's just a single contribution, which is listed.
Which is already listed.
Yeah.
So that should come out. Okay, thank you. I have, Chair, if I may,
okay,
sort of slightly
forgive me,
related.
before you do that, just to make sure I've captured that. So we are referring to paragraph 488.
Yes.
The reference to Brimington Park.
Yes.
Which is 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th or 6th bullet point down should now be removed.
And the one below, actually, which relates to the public realm works, I think, should also, because that's covered already. So they're not additional. You see, it says at the top.
I've got to make sure for the records here. This is an important adjustment to the report. Is it a material adjustment? I want to make sure it's clearly recorded. So we're now withdrawing from the bullet points a Brimington Park financial contribution and the public realm works plan, including commitment to public access. Those two bullet points are to be removed as these items reflect an addition rather than
they're already
included. Okay. But it's recorded and the records are accordingly adjusted. Thank you, Councillor, for bringing that to our attention. Go ahead.
So I have another question, Chair, which is related to this table that I just wanted to understand as well. Colin very kindly reminded us that there is 25% of SIL, although it is capped at 250,000 per year per area. So you know, I don't know where the rest of the Old Kent Road money will go, because there's going to be quite a lot of it. But I just noticed that the Transport for London legible signage, it said, is going to be funded through SIL. So whose bit of SIL is that? Is that something that the ward councillors have already agreed, given that none of us have been able to supply any SIL projects for any of our wards yet? I just wondered, and again, the healthy streets funded through SIL. I mean, is that something that the ward councillors are spending their 25% on, or is that?
That's in the 75%, so that's the other sort of contributions. So that they are more about bigger community infrastructure levy contributions, which are agreed through council within our section 123 list, which is a list of things which the council will spend its community infrastructure levy on. So as you probably know, it's 75% is on wider projects within Southwark, and 25% is allocated to specifically local communities within the local wards. So the TfL pieces are within the 75%. In terms of the detail of that, that ongoing conversations we're having with TfL.
So just to clarify, it's not true that all of our SIL money from the Borough 123 list is going into the Northern Line station replacement and the Bakerloo line. There is actually going to be additional, there is going to be surplus Phil, is that correct?
The estimated cost of the Bakerloo line is somewhere about £4 billion. And the estimated total take from community infrastructure levy in the Old Kent Road over a 15-20 year period is probably about 380 million. So no, still isn't all going to the Bakerloo line, and it isn't all going to TfL's Healthy Street programme. We will be looking for TfL and central government to make contributions because it cannot possibly pay for that. We have been very clear.
I realised it wasn't going to pay for the full cost.
Yeah, no, and so we have been very clear that that as it suggests is community infrastructure levy, and it has to be of a very direct benefit to residents of Southwark as a priority.
Thank you, Councillor. There's other further questions? Councillors?
Yeah, can I direct you to the communal space that we are getting in this part of the development, and then the graphic where you showed the garden, one of those, or the graphic with the blocks, some of the bird's eye view, that way.
I'll keep going.
That's fine. Use that one with the green. My question relates to consideration of two things really. One is the sort of the ecological or the environment that's created by it being in the middle of two tall surrounding blocks, and what consideration either the applicant has given to the environment or microclimate that might create, and what type of environment that would be for children and residents in relation to that outdoor space which is their own on the transfer floor, and the management of that, and the allocation of the service charge in relation to that between the two blocks, and ensuring that that is clear, and also shared access to the room for community purposes that's also cited in the report. And then my second question is in relation to, there's no mention at the moment in the report to the registered social landlord or allocation rights in relation to the social rent element of the intermediate, and whether there was any more information that might be provided from you, or is that a question that I might put to the applicant?
I think in terms of progress with a registered provider, it's probably a question for the applicants. In terms of service charge, the legal agreement will require all the affordable housing social rent levels to be capped, including service charge, within the HCA social housing rent cap levels. So that service charge will be contained within that. In terms of access, the Section 106 will secure access for all residents to both the room and also the space, and also through access, as Troy set out earlier, to both cores, so that people can come in, coming up Old Kent Road or down Old Kent Road. And in terms of management, there is a concierge provided, but again, I think it's something the applicant can probably touch on in more detail. In terms of microclimates, one of the things that we have discussed with the applicants throughout the process has been impact on microclimate, including winds, including daylight sunlight overshadowing. And I think in terms of light, because of its orientation, probably it does get pretty good sun most of the time. It's in terms of a place to be, it slightly surprised me. We have visited the neighbours at Radley Court, and as you get slightly higher up on buildings, whilst you still can hear the Old Kent Road noise, it does make a difference. And I think one of the benefits this has in terms of dealing with wind conditions, the applicant set the scheme back, so all the mature trees at the front can be kept. I think the applicant will probably have a bit more to say about that on their model later on. So we're pretty confident that it would be a pleasant place to be, because the bike stores and the communal area face onto that podium space. You don't have people's living rooms, bedrooms looking directly onto it. Of course they do as you go up block flats. But you live in a block of flats, I live in a block of flats and you're on the ground floor and you have an open space at the back, which I do. You live with people looking at you and you get to know them over the years and it's not entirely unpleasant. So we think it would actually be a really, really nice space, southern lit most of the time. What we really did push the applicants about was that play space and making it a genuinely engaging space, not just a bit of astroturf and a couple of chickens on springs. The other thing that of course we would do is bring back the approval of details for a briefing to committee when that's submitted. So you will see this in due course again.
Sorry, colleagues, I just want to make observation that many of the questions we could just as easily put to the applicant, and technical matters in relation to the report we address to officers. And I'm wondering if you would indulge me and allow me to move this along so we can hear from the objectors, just so we, unless there are. Your last observation in relation to the report was spot on. If it's a similar type question, I'd love to take it. No? Okay.
Well, no, it's not. So my question is, I'm going to get it out there anyway. My question is to Pip. The previous application that we had was going to have 6 vehicles per day for 62 residential properties. This is only going to have 8 deliveries a day, and it's 168 residential properties. So I wanted to know how that calculation has been done. So it's kind of, in the report, it's kind of, I can park it and come back.
No. I think that's an absolutely pertinent question. It's a technical question which addresses the underlying assumptions that are built into the report. One of the type of questions I'd really like officers to answer. The more substantive question in relation to the report we can address to the applicant, but it's an interesting question I'd also like to hear the response to.
When we look at tricks to find the tricks is the website that my colleague earlier, Alex, was referring to, where we check the information coming. The nature of the Old Kent Road is that it's going to be 2 town centres and high streets, where Lower Road it is not. So the supermarket is there for people to be shopping. There will be less. Plus, one of the things is having a concierge. Then there's the opportunity with the delivery and service bond that we introduce more consolidated deliveries for the residents, the click and collect options. There will be many more of those options, but what I want to be clear is I'm not encouraging click and collect where you go in your car and collect it. It's more like going to the Amazon locker and picking up your things, because we're trying to discourage car use generally on there. So the application used referred to sites which had mixed use residential with supermarket use, and therefore the evidence provided to me and TfL looked at as well for that location with a lot more offer of shop type within the area for the thing is therefore it's reasonable. Surveys are done at the time, but we've compared to it just being a supermarket and the deliveries with the supermarket, and then on top of that there will be individual ones. But if you notice when you go down to the detail of the bond, I have increased that vehicle delivery because even though the evidence showed it, I still wanted to err on the side of caution, but it's still, in comparison to trips on the Old Kent Road, it's a very, very small percentage.
Thank you. Maybe at another time we can look at this fix. Great appreciation. Clearly, it's it's been used as a evidence-based material impact on this report. Therefore, it's sufficiently significant that we should look at it more closely at another time. If you could indulge me, please, I'd like to move on to the objectors. And is there an objector in the room? Please come forward. If I can first invite you to introduce yourself. You may just want to confirm roughly where you live. We don't need to know the exact address, just roughly where you live. And what I indicate, you have 3 minutes to make your presentation. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Dr. Tony Lanier. I live within 25 metres of this development, and I represent the Grenier Apartments.
Excellent, thank you. You may start now.
So I'd love to have a perfectly crafted 3-minute discussion of why I object to this, and also the Grenier Apartment residents object to it, because it can be. I can easily read part of the planning permission and give you all the reasons why, but I'd like to focus on a couple of things. And one is, I've sat here 3 times already with things that are being developed down the Old Kent Road, Ruby Triangle, Campion, where there's huge amount of residential areas popping up. We need affordable housing in the Old Kent Road. And what we're seeing is these commercial big buildings going up, which is actually ruining the culture of the Old Kent Road. You know, the permission has been granted for these things. And even though there's been strong objections from the people that actually live there, as well as councillors, they have been granted. And now we're getting another one. And I think it's just endemic, actually, of the apathy that's happening down the Old Kent Road, that I'm the only one here to object. The first one, there was tons of people, and now I'm the last person standing. You know, I'd like to be able to say that that all the communities around there have been actually discussed or had any discussion actually with our councillor. And I have to say we've had absolutely no discussion with our councillors, and actually the travelling community that actually lives within the shadow of this have also not been. There's been no discussion with them. I want to also address the thing at Birmingham Park. What you saw was a very tiny part of Birmingham Park. I use that park every morning for my morning ablutions. And there's a little play area there that's constantly being used. There's 5 aside that's constantly being used, right up abutting the Aldi. And there's also a thriving urban artist community there that is absolutely extraordinary if you have a chance to go down there and look at it. Birmingham Park is not a waste of space. We, as the community members, we use that quite a bit. So I know I only have 3 minutes, and I wish that I was a lot more erudite in telling you why it's so important actually to focus on affordable housing, focus on those areas where actually on the things that we need. This, at 21 stories, it is demonstrably taller than the Tustin Estates. As Tustin Estates is at 14, ours at 14 stories. 21 and 13 stories is just too much.
30 seconds.
I would ask you that it's 2.5% wider than the existing assets and also taller. What I'd like is maybe a reduction of the size and also getting that from 36% of affordable housing up to the 50 that we saw in the previous one.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Followed by Councillor Newland and followed by Councillor Hargreaves.
Can I ask, you talk about the current use of the Birmingham Park. I mean, is the park generally quite full for a large part of the day? I'm just trying to sort of gauge from you as a resident sort of how, you know, how much, if you like, how much more capacity Birmingham Park you think has for more residents.
Birmingham Park is actually uniquely kind of set up. On one end you have a play area that is always busy. Any time of day that I go by it, now I can't stay for all the day because I actually work, but someplace else. But this park is filled with young children, young families, and adolescents using it. It's fantastic. Then it's more of a grassy area, and that's where I do my morning walk, etc. And I'm not the only one out there, and dog walkers, etc. And on the furthest end, which is right behind Aldi, that's when you have 3 pitches for 5-a-side football, you have some exercise equipment, and there is some tarmac space there, but actually it's only a very, very small part of Brimington Park, actually, and that's the access then to Clifton Way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. My mum went to Leo Street School in the 1930s. Interesting. Two questions. How do you think that the developments like these are ruining the culture of Old Kent Road? And the second question is, how can affordable housing be delivered without capital finance?
Before you respond, note that first question is not a planning per se question. I'll make the observation.
Ruining the culture of the place?
Yeah, I think it's not a planning per se question, but I will allow it. But it draws into a much broader discussion. But I'm not going to have a broader discussion. But I'll allow that particular question this occasion.
Every single planning permission meeting that I have sat in with these high buildings, you guys as councillors have done a fantastic job of asking some really good questions. But what you do is you get these developments in isolation. So you see, this is what it looks like, this is the prospect, et cetera, et cetera. I live in the middle of that, and actually I'm thinking about investing in balloons so I can do like the movie Up, just because I feel as if I'm going to be surrounded by all these big buildings. What they didn't do is give you an idea of what this is going to look like from Asylum Road, which is the Publicans, which is a Grade 1 listed area. It's going to dominate actually that whole area down there, which is incredible. You know, it's a leafy part of London, Asylum Road, etc. And so, you know, I think that whole culture of the Old Town Road is being turned into Cross Harbour, which is a great place to live if you want to live there. But I wanted to live in Old Kent Road with a variety of cultures that are there, and just not these high houses that are ghost towers that people invest in and people don't actually live there. What I liked about the one that was previous is that you were getting 2 and 3 and 4 bedroom places, which is great for families. But a lot of these areas, a lot of these developers, especially this development, is not really catered for that. And how are we going to affordable housing? I think that Southwark should think about now. I think Southwark to think about what Westminster has done and actually given a cap for developers to say what is the cap on the square meterage price that you can actually that is then deemed affordable housing. So instead of saying affordable housing is a percentage then of the most expensive, so if you're £9,000 per square meter and the affordable housing is 3,000, that's still vastly more than what people can actually afford actually in London. So maybe there's a cappage at £450 per square meter, and then you are getting houses that are about 400,000, which is difficult on a salary for the people that are actually going to be working Aldi, but you're going to get it closer to what they would be able to pay. And then of course mixed ownership that they have, for instance, in Elephant and Castle, there's a bit of mixed ownership, but this viability issue keeps on popping up every single time I'm here. Oh, it's not viable. Oh, it's not viable. Well, in having people on the street and having people living, a whole family living in 2 rooms is also not viable. So we as a society have to take care of the people that live around us. And I think part and parcel of what we're doing here is actually allowing people to have affordable housing and safe housing as well. So I wish I knew the answer to that. I don't. But I think there needs to be a better way, and maybe thinking outside the box is the way about doing it.
Thank you. I thought I would know, but I'm not to be tempted to join into a much broader discussion. Our questions, of course, relate to the objectives presentation and the substance of our report. Okay, so are there further questions? Councillor Soames.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that you haven't had an opportunity to speak to local ward councillors. Have you approached them? Why do you volunteers? Have they just not responded to a request to meet with them or to share some of your concerns? Can you just elaborate on that, please?
I think that the amount of developments that are going up the Old Kent Road, I think that our councillors are stretched incredibly thin. And I think that they are hearing and talking to the squeakiest wheels. I've personally tried to reach out to my councillor Livingston, and I've been unable to get a hold of him. We've had other issues when it comes to the waste recycling plant. That's just not working. In fact, I get better response from my MP, Harriet Harman, than I do from my councillor on what's going on the Old Kent Road. So why I'm not getting the response I need from my councillor, I have no idea. All I can say is maybe they're just stretched way too thin with the amount of developments that's going up, and having to meet with a whole load of people that are clearly affected by these massive developments.
Okay, well he's here this evening, so we can
Okay.
give him then. Yeah.
Right, yeah, but we're not going to sit up and further. Are there further questions? Forgive me, members. Are there further questions for the objector? If I may ask you a question or two, and first of all, thank you for a very clear presentation, and often here in this committee and in other places, we make decisions, but of course, it's on to those who live the consequences of our decisions, express their view as to the merits and in the awareness of our decisions. Do we know, are we making progress? Question for you. Height. One would imagine that you had discussions with the applicant as regards height, and you've expressed views about height previously, and I imagine you also expressed views about microclimates that these would potentially create. Have there been, and you answered the question, two responses you've received to date?
I've had no conversations with the applicants. I've only gone to the meetings where a lot of applicants from Ruby Triangle to Cancun, et cetera, have actually come together to meet all of the communities. So we've had an opportunity to ask questions and listen to their comments. But we have not, there's been no outreach from them at all. I live 25 meters away, and I've had absolutely not. I get more letters from Southwark than I did from the applicants regarding this application. I mean, frankly, I feel disenfranchised, disempowered, disappointed, and discouraged. That doesn't matter what we say, things go through, and we do our best to actually be heard as well as listen very carefully. Because we know that we need housing down the Old Kent Road, but let's do it appropriately and not just throw up these massive buildings that are not very salubrious to the people that live there.
And if I may, take this opportunity to answer this further question. As a prelude to the series of applications being brought forward along the Old Kent Road, and the catalyst behind, of course, this change is, of course, the Bakerloo line, and of course, as part of the council's effort to create a structure around and a vision for the Old Kent Road, the AAP was produced. Did you participate in discussions around the area action plan? And is the vision embedded in the AAP? Do you believe in line with your own or indeed your neighbours' views on the subject?
Yes, we participated very, very heavily. In fact, we produced a small report, actually, the AAP, for this, and we had representation at every single meeting for it as well. So it's we tried to be as proactive as possible. It just seems like it doesn't. Yeah, and we're not very successful, unfortunately.
And my last question, I know this is just a rare occasion, if I may say so. So the question of tall buildings along the Old Kent Road corridor was one of those central features. Can you tell us what opinion have you yourself and your neighbours had about the increasing number of tall buildings which are going along corridors?
focused mostly our discussions around things such as schools. There's no more schools, GPs. In fact, there was a headline not just yesterday that the Borough Medical Center was shut down to make way for a 13-story hotel. We've talked about some medical facilities, schools, road traffic. TfL has decided to reduce the number of buses going up the Oak Kent Road at 17%. I leave to get to my office at 7 in the morning, and sometimes those buses have to go by because they're so filled with people. We also talked about the environmental impact and the climate change, that a lot of these developers are just saying, well, we're not going to really deal about the zero emission. What we'll do is we're more than happy to actually pay the fee. And the carbon emissions for these buildings is longer than 1 year. So if developers have to pay that fee for the lifetime of that building, then they'll certainly think about looking at doing things differently when it comes to building and the building materials that they use, as well as the life cycle of the building. So those are the things that we focused on when it comes to these high buildings. And Grenfell is things that keep on popping up that we have. There's the one at Ruby Triangle. There's one set of stairs, and this group, we talked about how that was an issue, that there's one set of stairs, and it's well within the rules. Well, I think that we have an obligation to go beyond the rules, especially what happened after Grenfell, that there should be more than one set of stairs on a 48-story building. So those are the things that we focused on, actually, when it comes to these high buildings.
I'm going to thank you for your very clear presentation. Thank you very much. Can I invite the applicant or applicant agent to come forward, please? If I can ask if you could please introduce yourself and identify who be your speaker, and I'll then indicate when you may begin.
So I'm Alistair Close, and I'm an agent on behalf of Aldi Stores.
And I'm Chris Goddard, I'm a director of DP9, we're the planning consultants. To my left is Ian Bogle, who is the architect of the project, and we have the whole team here for answering questions, but the presentation will just be from the two of us for 3 minutes.
You may begin now.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Aldi is an award-winning supermarket, and alongside our joint development partners, PPR Estates, are very pleased to present this application tonight. The proposed scheme has been developed over the past 3 years and been subject to detailed discussions with your officers, with local people, councillors, as well as our customers and staff. We are proud to have served local residents since 1996, and our store is a popular supermarket, providing affordable and accessible choice to local people. However, the current store is outdated, and a new store is required to meet modern retail requirements and ensure we can continue to satisfy the significant demand from customers in the area. The proposed scheme will secure the long-term future of Aldi and our 35 staff in the area by providing a high-quality new store, as well as significantly contributing to wider regeneration in the area. The accompanying application for the temporary store will ensure continuity of trade and jobs during the construction work, which is in line with AAP guidance. This approach and provision of a new Aldi store has been strongly supported by local people and customers during the consultation process.
And to add on the planning side, clearly your officers have prepared a comprehensive report, fully supports the scheme after those lengthy discussions, and I won't just on points that they make in relation to the opportunity area, the policies that specifically relate to tall buildings and these uses in the Old Kent Road. So what I'd like to do in the time remaining is really just to draw your attention to what we regard as very substantial benefits arising from this scheme. This scheme, in our view, does not only resite the Aldi, but it does optimise the delivery of new homes and affordable homes on this site. It is a residential-led and optimising scheme, delivering 168 new homes, 36% are affordable, and of those affordable, the split would be 72% social rent, 28% intermediate, which accords with all relevant policy guidance and has been independently checked by your viability advisors. And 25% of those affordable homes would be family-sized units meeting a specific need. And as has been referred to, we've also discussed the opportunity with grant availability that affordable housing amount could increase by further intermediate units, taking the total to 40%. The scheme achieves a very high quality design which much better integrates into the local context and surrounding public realm, and which we believe will significantly enhance the street frontage along Old Kent Road.
30 seconds.
Private and affordable homes have been designed to the same high standard and will have shared access to the podium space and indoor community play space, which has been talked about. The on-site amenity play space will be supplemented by significant 106 provisions, and we do make the point that whilst we, as this scheme, essentially complete the works of Brigington Park, yes, it is an offset, but it's an offset to a park immediately adjoining this site. To all intents and purposes, the park and the space there is immediately accessible to new residents, and there's a substantial benefit in our view completing that park.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Councillor Burns?
Yeah, you may have heard reference to the questions I had about the open space and the garden on the transfer floor, and I'd like a response to those if possible. But also have a specific question to Aldi in relation to provision of the temporary store and the requirements you need to facilitate that store in relation to parking. So as I see it, essentially some of the trade-off in relation to public open space and the shortfall that this whole development creates is offset by ensuring that Aldi's provision of parking for the permanent replacement store is satisfied, and you've made that case to officers around that, and there's been a minor reduction from 68 to 66 spaces. But I'm conscious that the temporary store, which is yet to be determined and is subject to an application, I don't quite have a sense of the scale and floor space of the temporary store, which is designated as only requiring 22 parking spaces for the duration of construction. So my question is if we have the step change in provision for the temporary store down to 22 parking spaces, what case and argument are you making for going back up to 66 over and above the increase in floor space? If people around the area get used to a reduction in provision over the temporary store, could that be reviewed in terms of the actual parking demand that is required then when the new store opens? And would that open up extra space on the development site?
Okay, it probably will be a double act to answer those questions because they're quite interrelated, but if I start just on this point about parking numbers, and the evidence is that the existing parking is at capacity at numerous times, the existing parking at the store for a smaller store. Clearly during a temporary period of a store that will be substantially smaller, the current store is about 15,000, the temporary store will be 10,000 square feet, and the new store will be bigger at 17,000 square feet. So it's a smaller store over a temporary period while the new store is being built. And in that sense, it is temporary. It is deficient in the sense of the offer of the temporary store, but also the car parking. And we know, because the current car park is at and exceeding capacity for a lot of the times, that will create tensions over that short period. People will be disadvantaged by that. That doesn't mean to say that in the long term, what's really fundamental is that we provide enough parking for this development that meets the needs and makes the store viable, but also stops the prospect of overflow parking into neighbouring residential areas, which would be the consequence if there's not enough parking. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we haven't clearly recognised that over time we have an aspiration to reduce that parking, particularly with the Bakerloo line extension coming in. It's been talked about the two bonds that we would sign up to, that are both absolutely putting a monetary aspect onto a target for us to reduce parking. And the phasing of the development, and in particular the enabling of continuity of trade, which is important as part of policy, also means that we can future-proof this development, which is that the aspiration over time, when parking we anticipate will be reduced, means that it realises another development site which can in due course be developed. And that would be the long-term goal, is that, but in the short term, I think the answer to your question is the 22 or 24 spaces for the temporary store is not adequate. It's a temporary solution, and that will create tension, but it's only for a short period. The need has been assessed and accepted, I think, by TfL and by your highway advisors, is that our current car park at 68 for a smaller store will be stretched because we're dropping the number of spaces and increasing the size of the store, but it would be adequate. But, over time, we would be actively working with officers and through these bonds to reduce that demand further. And as and when we can, then we're creating a further development opportunity on the adjoining site.
So what I'm conscious of is also working with our highways team and the local community to ensure that to also mitigate that what you don't also create is an expand to fit opportunity where if it's provided for, then it will be met, that capacity will be met. So that's the first point about that. The follow-up point then is, given that makes the quality and suitability and contributions you make to existing and new public space and place space and community space all the more important, and the imperative will be on ensuring that those spaces that are created and the enrichment that you intend to provide to Brimington Park and the residential space that has been provided is of the utmost quality, and it's done in a way that is sustainable for the residents that will be living there and the community that surrounds it.
Well, I think we've said, and officers have said, I think that the contribution to Brimington Park is transformative. In our view, there was a dramatic change that this scheme single-handedly, by plugging that gap, coincidentally, but by plugging that funding gap, it's not like a typical off-site contribution that just goes into a pot somewhere with intangible benefits. I think the transformation of Brimington Park, which is already the council's plans, but which will be funded by this development, is transformative. So I think that is a huge benefit that is quite unique to this development, and it's immediately adjoining the development. I do make that point that there is an argument clearly, as we know, in terms of the amount of amenity space within the site, and that's really determined by where the red line is drawn. There is also a point that the deficiency, in inverted commas, of quantity of space is because, for example, your officers don't measure covered space, so the joint communal space at podium level that we're providing, which will have full access for all residents from both staircases, and that's another important point to make, that this scheme has two completely identical cores and staircases with complete openness of access for everyone within the development. There's no suggestion of a sort of segregation. Complete shared use of that podium space and the internal space on that podium, which is also quality space for children, particularly those that may not want to be out in the sun, for example, in the middle of the day, is actually amenity space that's shared, but it's not measured in the shortfall that you've seen. And the other point I make is that yes, we have a shortfall, but we have a park absolutely next door to this scheme, which this scheme will enhance. So for people living there, I don't think there's any suggestion that if you look at the objectives of your policies, which are great policies, about people having good amenity space, the fact that they've got such a great facility right next door is, I think, an exceptional circumstance in this case that, I don't think necessarily repeats the schemes that, might be half a mile away from a park where, I totally agree, you want to have all the facilities on site because you don't have Brimington Park on your doorstep.
And my final question back to Aldi is, what relationship does the store have at the moment to Friends of Brimington Park or a similar organisation, and how do you envisage that relationship with Brimington Park evolving over time with the new development? And there's nothing to prevent you continuing to support Brimington Park either as an adopted charity or as an initiative that Aldi can continue to support in many different ways.
To be honest with you, I couldn't say what existing relationship that we've got with Brimington Park, but what I can say is that our store managers do take an active part within the communities. I mean, the primary objective is obviously operating the store, but we do get involved with local initiatives in all locations where we have stores, and that's certainly something which we'll be prepared to consider going forward.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Councillor Hardbird? Okay, followed by, in sequence. Go ahead, Councillor.
My question, two questions. One is about, can you expand a bit more on your relationship with the tenants and residents on Tustin Estate across the road nearby? And secondly, can you tell us a bit about any job opportunities there are for local people that will arise out of this development?
I think, first of all, colleagues, before we begin, we'll make sure we keep focus on material planning matters. And whilst the relationship between the applicant and the neighbours is of interest, particularly in terms of consultation, from the point of view of the report, it is not of interest. But I'll let the question go through, yeah? I'll let it go through, but it's not an interest. That relationship will build over time, we hope. But I question the objectives deliberately to understand that relationship. Yeah.
In terms of the communications with the residents on the Tustin estate, are they in favour or against the application?
Yes, that's how, what I understood the question to be. My understanding is that Tustin Estate have written in support of the application. I think that's confirmed in the officer's report. If it's not, it should be. I mean, we have undertaken, as has been detailed in the officer's report, undertaken very extensive public consultation meetings. We have outreach to neighbouring residents, and the Tustin Estate has written expressing on behalf of the residents, expressing their support. And I think that's important because it's, this is a great local facility. It's enhancing the park, and it's providing a much better local shop for people. So, that's the response we've had. The employment point, I'll leave my colleague to.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, we also ran our own exhibitions in store as well to pick up on existing customers. And in terms of the job opportunities, the majority of our staff all live locally. There's going to be 10 additional full-time jobs created from this, and again, those will be positions that we would look to recruit from the local area. It's in our interest to have local people in our stores.
Excellent. Of course, so Councillor, paragraph 504 confirms that. Thank you. The reason for my intervention was because of the word relationship, which refers to other things. Councillor Domas.
Thank you, Chair. On here, page 37 of the pack, there's an image here of people sitting at tables with parasols. And I wondered if you could just clarify, is that part of your public open space?
Well, we're not in control of the actual design of the Brimington Park yet, so the full designs haven't been done.
So that's the park. So that's actually Brimington Park, is it?
If you go to the next one, yes. Yes, that's actually
Okay.
in Brimington Park. But what we are
next
doing.
To the cafe.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what we'd like to do
Your
is
cafe.
yes, the cafe would, well, the A3 unit would be part of this development. But what we are also doing along the Brimington Park edge is we're actually gifting back 60 square metres. So we're actually making Brimington Park bigger. Yes, because there's a piece of land between a fence and the algae store at the moment that we want to bring into the public realm. So we're increasing the public realm along that side. And also along that side, can you go to the other image that shows that one there? We're actually creating 80 square metres of green wall along that side of the facade. So that's 80 square metres of green, living green wall on the development. So as well as all the additional trees we're providing, the additional green space we're providing on the podium here, we're providing additional public realm that needs to be coordinated with the council design team on the park, and we're also creating a new biodiverse wall along the whole of that Brimington Park elevation, which currently is just the back end of an algae store.
So could I just clarify, because obviously you've heard it raised by a number of councillors, this concern about the shortfall in public open space, and in terms of our kind of the taller buildings, they're supposed to meet all these additional criteria of exemplary design, one of which is amenity space and public open space. And I have to say, I'm still not convinced. The fact that you're fortuitous in having a building that's next to an existing park that you see as a benefit, I don't see as a benefit because I see the park is already there and you still have an obligation to provide that public space. But that said, I'm now really confused about, you just said that you're giving some extra public space to the park, and yet when the officer was asked earlier, he said the park isn't getting any bigger. And is this being counted in your open space, in your public space, or in our park space? It would be really helpful for us as members to have clarity on, because we might be doing you down here.
And can I say just...
Forgive me, hold on a second, hold on. Forgive me, sorry. Yours is an absolutely right question. If I may, colleague, if I can ask for the applicant to respond first of all, and then we'll come back to yourself. But I'm interested to hear what the applicant's got to say first of all, then we'll go to the officers.
Well, I think my understanding is that additional space in the park is not part of our open space. So the space that we've measured is the podium space, is what's in the report. Officers will be better qualified to comment on this, but my understanding therefore is this would be in addition to that, and it would be essentially an extension to the park which the council will spend the money on that we're providing through the 106 works.
So just to clarify, so this is land that was within the curtilage of your site that is now no longer, it's now in the curtilage of the park site.
Yes, so we are giving the land to the council essentially to increase the size of the park.
Okay.
But we haven't measured that as part of our amenity space, notwithstanding it's immediately joining our scheme.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to take your question just yet. Indulge me just for a little while. I wonder. Thank you. I wonder if Colin just want to add or clarify further what has been said by the applicant. And of course, the report itself is the basis for our determination. I'm not sure details are in the report unless you can direct us to the appropriate paragraph.
Sorry, it was my mistake about the park not being any bigger, so it does get bigger. One of the things we negotiated in with the applicants was, as Ian's pointed out, was kind of rather than have a wall and then the development as exists at the moment, was to get rid of the wall and then to have that margin of space as part of the park, which would be landscaped into the park. For the purposes of calculating the 106 agreements, we haven't counted that in because the offset payment is about communal space and private space and play space. So that's something that is being gifted to the council. If you look at the photo of the as existing, you can just make out the fence and the existing flank of the old scheme. We had quite a lengthy negotiation about where that flank wall is, pushing it back slightly, and because of the way it's designed, it obviates the need to have a wall there, which I think at the moment is topped with razor wire. So again, it's about how you perceive that space, and the discussion about the corner cafe unit was definitely all about greater security, more overlooking, a place to go for a coffee or sit down in that part of the Old Kent Road. Again, that was quite a long discussion to kind of get that negotiation into the scheme. We thought it was a really important thing to do because part of the feedback we've had from various engagement events we've held in Old Kent Road over the years is that people do have concerns about security in the area. We thought that would really help kind of lift this space, not just with the landscaping, but also with the uses that kind of face onto that space. Which is, I think, will be a benefit to residents in this development, neighbouring developments, and Tustin estate.
Yeah, so having established the kind of this land swap bit, I suppose my question, maybe it's not a question to you then.
Forgive me, Councillor. Is there a land swap?
Not land swap, apologies, a land donation, gift.
And is that in the report? That's in the report.
Yeah, I think that's in the report.
If you could find us the relevant paragraph. Sorry, Councillor. Go ahead.
Yeah, so actually maybe I'm trying to work out whether this is a question for the applicant. So the reason I asked the question about that space in the first place is that space that belongs effectively to a cafe where you have to have bought something in order to sit there. I was trying to establish that, and it's thrown me now completely because of it's in the park, it's not in that, but it's next to the cafe unit that is part of the development. So I'm trying to establish is that public open space if you have to use a cafe in terms of the definition.
I mean, in terms of the detailed design, that's still to be determined. As Troy set out earlier, there's a second consultation going on about with our own parks environment team about the design of the park. They've got the initial feedback about that. The image is is indicative of that aspiration to have an active use on that corner overlooking the entrance into the park. It's not a detailed design, that's all secured by condition. I think you're right. I think it would be about getting the balance right. In our own parks, we do have cafe uses. It's the kind of thing that helps kind of enliven those spaces and increases their usability. In terms of, is it necessarily parasols of that size? Do they take that much space? Not necessarily. And there is space, of course, on the Old Kent Road frontage, which you can see there. You can see an indication of a kind of screening of planting, again, kind of yew hedge piece. So the outdoor seating could be on the pavements to the front. I think it would probably benefit if it went somewhat round the corner. And again, in that image, there's a fence line there. That's not an agreed detailed design. It's just an indication of what that could be in the future.
But I suppose, so just to clarify, what I'm trying to get clear in my head is that the cafe that may be in that corner unit in the building will be a wholly commercial cafe that belongs to that development. It won't be, so when we have cafes in parks, they are ancillary and they generally bring revenue into the park, and so, and they're for park users, which is different from seating, which belongs to a private enterprise. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how public, how much actual space is freely available to be used by the public. Is why I was asking the question.
Yeah. And I think you make a really good point. I don't think we want the public park space feeling like it's annexed to a private use. That's a debate that we would carry on. And mention was made to Friends of Burgess Park. So that would be a discussion carried on with them, with local residents, Brimington Park. It's still to be determined, as a detail. I think if the feel, and absolutely the feeling is strongly that that does feel like a privatisation of public space, then if it was seating, it could be on the pavement side rather than on the park side.
What I want to do on this particular point, it can't be just for the moment, because we're definitely going to return to it, because there are other interesting policy issues which are underlying what's been described. But I'm keen, because I'm conscious of time, to capture other questions that might be applicable. So,
So in light of this discussion, I'd like to come back to so this is page 152 at the top, 91 at the bottom. My question is, you talked about an additional 60 square metres. Is that not, in fact, this 56 square metres, which is already included in the column public open space in this table here? And if it is not that 56 square metres, where is this 56 square metres?
Next question.
No, I think having my colleagues have just drawn that to my attention, and I think that's correct, that is included in the, so in which case I was wrong. I think that is included in the open space calculation. So absolutely no intent to, if I got myself confused on that, but the committee report is clear that that's included as part of that space.
So basically, the premise of the discussion that we've just been having for about the last 15 minutes is wrong, because actually, so that 56 square metres is already included here, so there is no spare free space coming along with any of this, and we are still at a total of 1,412 square metres, which is considerably less than half of the total required space that is supposed to be provided. Is that correct?
I don't think exactly the way you put it, because it is equally correct that space which is that land which is currently privately owned is going into Brimington Park. So as a matter of fact, Brimington Park is getting bigger as a result of private land being essentially put into the park. So, but you are correct in saying that the totality of the public space has been calculated, and the shortfall is as the shortfall set out in the report, which is why your section 106 SPD provides provision specifically for this to be an offset. And I say the only point I've made, I don't want to repeat it, but is that this is public space which is immediately adjoining this development. If the objective is people living in this development and in the area to have good quality space on their doorstep, this achieves it. What it also does, which is another important policy objective of this area, is it optimises the delivery of new homes and affordable homes, which is a really fundamental aspect of what we're trying to achieve here.
Thank you. Councillor Newton, can I, again, I can assure you we will return to this, so there's some online policy issues which arise here. Do you have another question? Can we move it on? I'm just keen to cover all the key policy areas, and then we can return to those areas which are incomplete at this stage. Any other questions? If not, then we can always return to it, don't we? If I may, go to Councillor Rose, Councillor Richard, and then Councillor
So change of tax, another key policy area. I asked a question to officers which was directed back to you in relation to social rent provision and intermediate housing, and my question was around identification of registered social provider and what information was available in relation to any discussions or conversations that have been had, or what you anticipate those conversations to be with and with who, and the bearing that might have on the final number of units that can be classified as either social rent or intermediate, and just to elaborate on that for us, and then based on that, would it be indicative of the allocation rights in relation to the surrounding community, or the determination of prioritisation of need?
My understanding from my clients is that pending approval of planning, there have not been any discussions with registered social landlords. I don't know if there have been any initial preliminary discussions, but no material discussions have taken place. I think that's something that they would do following the approval of Planning Commission. The ability to increase the amount of affordable housing would be through additional intermediate units, as is outlined in your officer's report, which is subject to the availability of grants. So that's an ongoing discussion that would be had, particularly with the GLA, to see if more grants is available, because clearly that would feed directly into the delivery of more intermediate homes, as would anticipate it. So I can't, because we don't have any identified RSL in place, I can't comment further in terms of how the priorities would be set. Answering perhaps a question that was raised earlier about service charge, and I think your officers have answered it to an extent that the service charge aspect is obviously subject to caps on affordable housing in any event. I can't comment more on the detail of the wider service charge issues at this stage, again simply because at this stage, pending planning, we're just not there in that level of discussion. But the maintenance of the space and the maintenance of access to the space and the quality of the space are all points that are covered and will be covered through section 106. So as a commitment to maintaining our obligations, that will all be secured through the 106.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask you about your energy. So you're going to do air source heat pumps, but you're also going to be partially gas fueled as well. Obviously, the government legislation is moving away from gas altogether, and I see that there is an ambition to join in the Celtic at some point. But in the interim, how have you come up with that solution? Why gas solution, given that we're trying to stop using it?
Yes, well, we are using an air source heat pump, as we say, at the moment to get to the 37%, which is beyond the 35% requirement. The intention is, obviously, through the duration of the detailed design of this project, is to investigate other solutions than gas. Gas is the base case at the moment. We are exploring hydrogen as a method, That's something we're looking at quite seriously, and we would want to do that if we can. It all depends on the timing and the delivery of the project, so it's something we are investigating. And we also have the ability to tap into any future district heating system as well. The scheme is facilitated and enabled to do that in the design, so that's the approach that we're taking at the moment.
I suppose one of my concerns is the capacity, because everything is linking into this district heating system, and some of which is based on being fed by waste, which we're hopefully not going to be producing so much of in the future. So I suppose I just wanted to make sure that there are options,
yes.
other than that, and certainly other than gas.
If we are exploring other options, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Whitton.
Just looking at the play podium, there doesn't seem to be any differentiation between ages for the different areas of play on there. I'd like to know what you're doing for the older children, and who is maintaining this, who's going to make sure nobody drowns in the splash puddle, that sort of thing.
Yes, what we're showing at the moment is an indicative scheme. It is primarily to cater for the younger children, that's correct, from 0 to 4, so it takes 100% of the 0 to 4 year olds, and it takes also 21% of the 5 to 11 year olds. What we're assuming is that the older children, who are potentially more active and more sportive, will actually use more of the facilities within Brimington Park. That's the intention.
It is also just important to point out that I think as officers have made clear that the layout of that is indicative, and there will be more detailed discussions about the precise layout, landscaping, planting. So that is a matter that, again, I think I heard right, that there would be a package of measures that, through standard conditions, that would be reported back in some way or another that you would see at that stage.
And who's maintaining this?
That would be maintained through service charge by the landlords. I mean, it won't be any public costs of that.
Thank you. Are there further questions to the applicant agents? If there's not, thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. Is there a supporter in the room who lives within 100 metres of the development site? If not, I'll move on to last but not least, of course. Is there a ward councillor in the room? Oh,
thank you, Chair.
I see one. See him everywhere. Can I ask you please to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Richard Livingstone, Councillor for Old Kent Road Ward.
Excellent. Can I ask you, you may now start.
Thank you very much. This has been an application that has had, a number of constituents have approached me both to oppose but also to support this application. I think probably it's worth stating that in terms of objections, I think the concerns have been around height and how that reflects to some of the accommodation to the south and to the west of the site, and the impact that potentially has on daylight, in particular to places on Drovers Place and Clifton Crescent. In terms of support, I mean, you would have seen in paragraph 504 that the Tustin Estates Tenants and Residents Association directly across the road supports this proposal, and in particular they support the affordable housing that's being provided and the employment opportunities, and there's been discussions, I know, between the Tenants Association and the applicants about how local residents might have particular local employment opportunities coming out of the re-provided Aldi store out of this. I think there's other points that are worth mentioning. There's been quite a lot of engagement, I think, between the applicants and the local residents. I noticed that the sort of process has been going back till November 2018 in terms of involvement of local residents, lots of meetings running up until I think about December. So for last year, so over a year's worth of different conversations. They've also spoken to myself and my fellow ward councillors in terms of what they need to do, and they've taken on board a number of issues that we raised. So we were very concerned to ensure that the development didn't have any poor doors, and they've made sure that every part of the development is accessible to all residents. We obviously expressed concern to make sure there's as much affordable housing, as much social housing as possible, but also to make, if you've heard me talk about this before, to make sure we have the right sort of social housing elements, and the applicants have certainly moved to ensure that there's some 4-bed properties in there, and there are a greater number of 3 beds as well, to ensure that we have family homes rather than just single beds in terms of social housing. I think the enhancements to the park, you've heard the discussion about that. I think the bit that's perhaps been missing is that end of Brimington Park is basically is where there's a number of playing pitches, but actually most of the park leading to those playing pitches at that end is just a tarmac surface. So there's no grass there other than right at the very end by Old Kent Road. So what's been proposed is not only going to increase the area, but that enhancement is going to increase, I think, the amount of physically green space that is there on the park. So I think that's something that's positive that's coming out of this proposal, Chair.
Your time's up. Thank you. Are there questions for Councillor Livingston? Okay, Councillor Soames.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Richard. You've mentioned that you've been fairly satisfied with the amount of consultation that's taken place, not only with yourselves but the applicant. But we have an objector here this evening, Dr. Tanya, who claims that she hasn't had the opportunity to share her the issues that she raised so eloquently in her own presentations and presentation this evening, and her own reservations about this particular scheme. So if you could sort of comment on that. And then what do you, with the proposals before us this evening, what do you, how do you think that the park will be enhanced? You heard from the applicants a few minutes ago that there'll be sort of enhanced facilities for the older young people, 11 and young adolescent teenagers. So what do you, how do you interpret that, please?
Thank you. I'm going to ask the second one first. So I think certainly there are plans looking at how we can improve the sports facilities that there are at Brimington Park. I think there's a bit more work needs to be done on that. My personal concern, this isn't a planning matter for here, I know, but I think that more work needs to be done with the plans to ensure that there's proper open access to those playing areas. But that consultation is ongoing. That's a process that we as local councillors will want to have our say in. But I think that end of Brimington Park, and Dr. Lanier sort of talked about the southern end of the park, and actually there is good, well-used facilities there, but the northern end of the park, next to development, is certainly less well-used. There's really playing courts, and otherwise it's this sort of very sterile environment, and it's actually a really poor entrance onto the Old Kent Road. So I think having that enhancement, which makes it feel like an opening entrance to the Old Kent Road, would be a significant improvement. Different people, I guess, will have different views about the cafe on the corner, but I think actually having a facility there rather than a sort of plain brick wall on the entrance to the park is a good thing, and I think helps enhance as well. So within the building as well as what's actually done in the park. In terms of consultation, I have to say I don't personally know what correspondence Dr. Lanier has received from the applicants or the council on this. I can't comment on that. I do know, though, I do feel some of the comments, the more personal comments, were slightly unfair. I've corresponded with her on a number of occasions, numerous emails that I've had with her. I've only had a chance to very quickly check my emails, but I did find one from her dated 27th of March 2018, which started, Councillor Livingstone, thank you for replying so quickly to my inquiries. So I know that Dr. Lanier supports a different political party to mine, but I do think her comments were unfair.
Thank you. Councillor Bowes and Councillor Whitman.
Just a question in relation to some of the issues I've raised in relation to the temporary store, which is the subject of a separate application, and the applicant or the agent expressly said that the provision of parking for the temporary store would cause pressures and constraints. And I just wondered what work you'd begun and what thought had been given to mitigate the impact of the reduction in parking, even though it might be a reduction in floor space in relation to provision for the temporary store, and how you see that evolving in terms of your role as a ward councillor, but also as a cabinet member responsible for highways and the environment.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. I mean, obviously, personally, as Cabinet Member for Environment, I want to see, ideally, fewer parking spaces, and there isn't much of a reduction here, but I do note that one of the good things about this is it is providing electrical car charging points, including rapid charging points, which is welcome in terms of trying to at least move people to less polluting cars if they feel they do need to have a car at all. So I think there's some positive aspects there in terms of this. I think you raised a really important point about the temporary use and how that space is managed with the temporary new building that's going to be placed in what's currently the car park. I think that's a matter we're going to have to review and keep under close eye on as things go on. It's a car park at the moment that probably isn't always fully used by customers. It is a car park which is used quite a lot by neighbouring customers from neighbouring businesses and people visiting other areas nearby. So obviously that is something we need to keep an eye on. But in terms of probably the car parking space that's needed for the store, my personal view is the current number of spaces and perhaps even indeed the future ones are probably more than is needed. But I also understand the commercial realities of Audi as a business of what it needs to look at in terms of these things.
Thank you. Councillor Whittam, followed by Councillor Newman.
Given that there's no play space provided for over 11s on the actual scheme, what provision is there in Brimington Park for those who perhaps don't play football or any other sort of sport?
That's a really good question. As somebody who's not particularly sporty myself, but yeah, I mean, first of all, I think those sports facilities are going to be great and will be really valued by the community and younger people. But there is the green space that forms the majority of the park at the southern end of the park. I think it's quite a nice, attractive space. We certainly have the Brimington Park Festival there every year. It's used, but it's certainly not over capacity in terms of its use. So I think there's plenty of space for people to go and relax as younger people there and hang out in that park. And I think having the new green space along that tarmac pathway as well will also enhance and create that space as well.
Councillor Newman.
To come back, you mentioned the cafe, and I don't think there's any sort of cafe's great. The question is whether that terrace is private or public, and if it's private, then presumably it isn't counted in this already incredibly inadequate allocation of public space. And I wondered whether you thought that maybe the developer should be contributing considerably additional funds to to compensate for the fact that there is obviously a very considerable shortfall on the public space that's supposed to be provided.
As local councillor, of course, I'm just going to say I'd love to have more money for more public space in the local area. It's something that I'm sure many of you are aware. I keep on, certainly officers are aware, but I keep on pushing for more and more open space of the right sort in the local areas, part of the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan. I think what we are getting out of this as a local community is a better park. And I think it would be wrong for me as local councillor to be sniffy about improvements which are much needed in terms of that local space, albeit as I said in terms of what happens with the playing pitches part of it. I think the council needs to be thinking a little bit more about its plans there.
Thank you, Chair. So, following on from what you just said about the community is getting a better park, the community is also getting hundreds more people using that park, and I just wondered, A, how the community actually feel about the fact that they're suddenly going to have to share, they're getting an improved park, but it's going to be being shared with a lot more people, and also whether or not that whole capacity of the park, when everything has been delivered, whether or not you're confident that it has the capacity to sustain, especially if we have schemes like this where there is a shortfall in their provision and they are relying on that for their kind of open space.
I mean, I certainly anticipate that it will be. I mean, that image that's up at the moment, that sort of appeared magically whilst I was talking. But that's a view of Brimington Park from the south end. So that area of green space is the area of green space that I was talking to. The play area that Dr. Lowney was referring to is to the left of that. The pathway where most of the improvements are going to be taken and playing pitches are sort of off that picture to the right behind that tree. So I think, in terms of how that park is used at the moment, there's capacity for more people there, particularly with the enhancements that's proposed. Whether with other things that come along on board, all those other things as well, there's enough capacity, I think is a different question. And I think for us as ward councillors, what we'll need to see is how the other new green open space that's being developed in the ward comes along as part and parcel of that, and in particular with the proposed Livesey Park around the gas holder, how that develops without alligators. And the speed that comes on board, I think that's going to be really important, because I think the immediate locality that works. Longer term, we need that extra park capacity to be able to serve the local community.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Just to clarify for me, do you know whether, say, Grasmere Point is 18 stories or 21?
That is an excellent question, because obviously, as people who know the Tustin well will know that the podium, which used to be sub level naught, was sort of -1 in the block, has now been removed. So effectively, there's been a podium level, which is probably about a floor and a half, and then it was 18 stories above that. So I think roughly about 20 stories in terms of getting to the top floor, maybe slightly more if you look at the servicing above that.
Very good. Are there further questions, Councillor Livingstone? In that case, then.
Just a quick one, Chair.
Thank you.
Richard, you've heard this evening a lot of discussion around car parking spaces, but ultimately, how do you envisage there would be a change in culture in terms of using a car or transporting residents transporting themselves via a car to a supermarket to shop and then collect and return home? How are we going to, given that there was a point earlier on that if there's 22, so ultimately, residents will then become used to that actually number, and there will be a sort of a change, as it were, in their habits, and then it suddenly, and the point was raised. But how do you envisage long term that would be achieved?
Clearly, as a council, we've set out our policy in terms of movement plan about how we're trying to move people away from reliance on petrol-driven cars and cars as a whole. I think a lot of work needs to be done in terms of the infrastructure for the Old Kent Road. I know, talking to officers, I was talking to Pip earlier this week about some of the improvements to be made to ensure we have more cycling routes along the Old Kent Road. Obviously, we need more bus routes, and Dr. Lowney was absolutely right to point out how terrible it was that TfL was taking bus routes off of the Old Kent Road. We need more buses there. I know work's been happening between our officers and TfL to ensure that we do have better bus services for the Old Kent Road. So I think, and obviously longer term with the Jubilee line and things, with the Bakerloo line extension, we will, hopefully that creates things as well that get people out of their car. This is obviously, I know the conversation was about deliveries and things. Obviously it's a great location to live immediately above a good value shop if that's where you want to shop. In in terms of the convenience of shopping, and maybe the other issues obviously related to that as well, which might not be as good, but I think there is a positive there which helps.
Thank you, Councillor Livingstone. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. If I can now return to sort of closing questions to officers who may have heard the evidence. Who wishes to go first? Any further questions? Oh, Councillor Hargreaves. Oh,
Paragraph 281, where the shortfall in green space is there's going to be money spent on the new park at Friendship Street. Is that correct? And
No,
what
it's not Brimington.
the new Friendship Street park?
Yeah, that's sorry, that's an error.
No.
Yeah, it's just saying.
It's 152.
Perils of cut and paste, eh?
Yeah.
Paragraph
281.
Last sentence.
Righty. Thank you. Yep.
I don't know if you can answer this question. Do you know what the square meterage of Tesco's and Asda is, and the number of car parking spaces that both those stores have?
Yeah, I think at Tesco, it's something like about 160 car parking spaces. In terms of square meterage, I think the store is something like 2,800 square metres. Significantly larger, and both in terms of square meterage and car parking.
Okay. No further questions? Oh, okay. Forgive me. If I take Councillor Britton first, then yourself, Councillor.
Just coming back to the 56 square metres of public open space within the development site, that has come from the developer. If they take back a corner to put out parasols and tables and things, will that be, what sort of size would that equate to, do you think?
I think, as I said earlier, it depends whether that is what happens on that space. It depends how much of that space is taken with that use. I would say that if there was some seating there, I think providing it doesn't sort of annex it completely and sort of put a barrier around it, I think it would actually add to and be a positive part of that park space. Albeit you have to pay to go and get a coffee there. Some of the very strong feedback we have from people locally is there aren't that many places where you can go, sit out, have a coffee and meet friends. But it's a very, very fair point that we don't want it to be overly privatised. But it isn't, the image you saw there is not the final agreed design. And feedback from local residents, friends of Brimington Park, if there's a feeling that would feel like it was a privatised public open space, then I think we could just keep any tables and chairs on the footway onto Old Kent Road, and that could be entirely greened. I think it's really depending on that engagement with the local communities who live there, and as Councillor Livingston said, friends of Brimington Park, who have come to events that we've held in Old Kent Road, and who are consulted on and being engaged in this process of how that park is designed in more detail.
Councillor Morris.
Apologies, Chair, something that I missed before, and maybe nothing, or it may be quite significant. On page 180 at the top, paragraph 368, the last bullet point is that it's understood that during station construction, the car park may be required as part of the work site for the Bakerloo line station. And on the next page, 181. It's all dependent on when this development is done. And I mean, is that something not to worry about, or is that something that's going to have a significant, that if it's done, will have a significant impact on the car parking space and the movement around? If you could just pick something.
When I met with TfL on site with the developer, at the time we first met, which was about 18 months, 2 years ago, TfL hadn't done the current consultation, and so their indicative development site, not for the station but for the works, went to, if you could go to show the car park, there's maybe a line of parking that they would want to potentially utilise. It actually, so a bit, if you see where the green rectangle is in the middle of the car park there, they basically identified a red line potential for that to accommodate vehicles related to the build of the station. They have now reduced the likelihood of that being necessary, but we thought it was important, and the Aldi and the developer were made well aware that until the Transport Work Act order is ready to be submitted, we can't do that. But subsequent to that, or rather not subsequent, at the same time, the whole point of the development, TfL were happy with the principle of this because they will be all finished, the temporary store will be off well in advance of that time. So again, for me, what I see is it's another encouragement to reduce the parking. So I hope that after the bonds run out and the station comes in, if that still becomes necessary, everybody is aware that that's a possibility, and it also then offers us yet another opportunity to reduce the parking because it wasn't necessary during the time. So I hope you feel like I've managed that appropriately.
No, we're not that. And the question really was whether or not the developers, whether there was some kind of, plan, as it were, for that, whether or not it was going to have an impact and whether it had been factored in.
Thank you. If I may ask a few questions just to clarify based on questions and responses earlier on. So first of all, the offset payment. So I recognise offset payments as a result of the deficits on the curtilage of the application. Recognise that. Also recognise that that payment is earmarked for a piece of council land, Birmingham Park, but also recognising that discussion has been had that the park itself will be extended. So the question I asked earlier on is whether or not that references to the extension is noted in the report. So I wonder if that was found.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reference in the table.
It is, yes. Okay. Secondly, the extension, that land is being managed by ourselves, or is it land, so in other words, we take over ownership and we manage that land ourselves? Yeah. Okay. Lastly, the boss, I'm going to express an opinion, boss, the offset payment is being made because of deficit. I think the general feeling is that we prefer those deficits to be minimal, and that the application should be able to accommodate appropriate amenity space for different classes, different ages of residents. But I recognise that this is an opportunity for the applicant to invest in one of our parks, but we will continue to maintain the park thereafter. Of course, this is a one-off payment as opposed to a continuous investment in the park on an annual basis. All applications have to be considered on their merits, and each of these applications are individuals, and these are particular circumstances. Okay, so I'm content, but we'd hope that it's not a regular occurrence. Are there any other comments from other members want to make? Councillor Newlands and Councillor Dennis.
Can I ask in relation to the car park? My understanding is that it will be owned by Aldi, or yeah. So it's owned by Aldi, and then at some point in the future, when no one is driving around in cars anymore, that potentially could be a piece of open space. But I suppose during the presentation from the applicant, it was said that could be another area for development, you know, God forbid, given the density that you already have there. I'm trying to understand, so could you sort of talk about the potential ultimately then, and whether we would be restricted in doing that, given that it's a site that is actually owned by someone else, the potential to actually create public amenity space in what is now the car park. I'm really, really horrified by the shortfall that we have, and also the way that it's being sort of double counted here and there in the course of this meeting. I mean, yes, so is there a possibility of taking the car park back in due course?
It's a long question,
but also, is there a possibility of getting more money for public amenity space? Because I think, you know, okay, so we've got a like-for-like compensation for, you know, well, they've given us like 44% of what they're supposed to, and therefore we've got a sum of money. But it seems that it should be a bigger sum of money. Councillor Seaton already referred to the ongoing maintenance charges, for example, for the park. This is a one-off capital outlay. So basically, I think it's completely insufficient. Can we get some more money out of the developer? And what about the car park? And who decides how it's used going forward? And yeah, thank you.
On the car park entities going forward, one of the things which we have done in the new Southwark plan in response to feedback and engagement on the area action plan is within this site allocation we have reduced the number of homes that are going into the allocation in OKR 17. So as Pip was saying earlier, what we would envisage on this space is as car parking comes out, that it would become open space. So it would become a landscape space, and it would contribute to the overall provision of open space in the Old Kent Road. Because clearly, you know, the density we're achieving are making very effective use of land, but there is a requirement for that to be supported by infrastructure, including parks and green spaces. So one of the things that we are doing over the beginning part of this year is further revisions to the area action plan, and that will show some of these changes, and it will also be something that we'll be discussing with members in respect of increased open space, and we've given a presentation to the committee before Christmas about changes that we made last year, so there'll be further changes coming along to confirm that as our submission version of the plan. So we don't envisage in that further restoration of the plan there being developments on this site, but as you suggest, an opportunity to create additional green and open space, and that's something that we can set out clearly in the further revisions to the area action plan before we submit it to the Secretary of State. In terms of can we ask the developer for more money for the park? The guidance that we have for setting Section 106 asks is clearly set out in our supplementary planning guidance. That is the material consideration we have to have to make a sustainable and legitimate claim to monies from developers. They have to be proportionate, they have to be evidence-based, and some that we've arrived at is based on that adopted guidance. So to go beyond that would be to impose a charge with no policy basis and no evidential basis. So we are asking for what is, we think, a fair amount of money set out in a publicly adopted policy statement. And can we go beyond that? My answer to that is no, I don't think we can.
given, and I appreciate that, you know, you refer to sort of previous developments and this is how it works, but I don't know, I mean, I haven't been on planning committee for that long, but I don't know if there are many previous developments which have provided as little as 44% of the public amenity space which is required, and therefore I would suggest this might be a sort of different situation. I wonder whether it is possible to condition that going forward. So I know, for example, there's the Sainsbury's near me has a massive great big car park on Dock Kennel Hill, which is never full, and they've started putting signs up saying, you know, do people want to rent car parking space from them. Can we ensure in this site that that will not happen? Can we condition that the parking spaces, the 66 spaces that are provided, are only ever going to be used for Aldi customers, and when it becomes clear that Aldi customers don't need as many parking spaces, then that space comes straight back into the public realm? But it should come into open space that can be sort of used by this excessive development.
I think the more effective way of achieving that is through the alterations to the area action plan, because that is the development plan, and it then sits that within a wider context, which, as I explained, is we have reduced the allocation in some homes on this particular OKR 17 site within the new Southwark plan, which is now online, which is going to its examination public in June, and we are going to be submitting the revised AAP probably in late June, July, and that will set that aim out, and I think that is the way that we will achieve that review of the car parking spaces and change of that space into open space, additional open space within the area action plan. As Councillor Livingston said, it's you know, it's something that we discussed quite a lot with him, Councillor Situ, and the other councillors, and residents as well. So I think that is the effective way of achieving that end.
Sorry, Catherine,
in terms of achieving...
Sorry, Catherine, very on, please. I'm going to go to one more question, but I need to move on to other members. Thank you.
In terms of achieving additional green space, there is actually a green wall in this. Are there any possibilities to extend the area of the green wall considerably, given the substantial shortfall in green space?
It would be possible to do that. One of the images that was shown is something we discussed with the applicants before you get to the green wall and between the cafe. One of the things that we had talked about was the applicants commissioning an art piece, which would be a kind of an updated version of the mural, the listed mural on the Civic University. So if you know it, it was it's about halfway down Kent Road, and it was designed in 1961. It's listed, and so if you look at that image, just this side of the parasols is a sort of an image of, if you know the mural, it's sort of a ceramic which shows you a history of, you know, from Roman times through the through to what was then modern Old Kent Road, but that was in 1961. So we thought this was kind of a nice opportunity to do something similar, but update it to a contemporary Old Kent Road. But that could be green, or it could be that. So you know, that's to be determined.
Right, Chairman, I see there are no further questions. Oh, you did? Indeed,
I would like to ask this question.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I'm
your mic.
Sorry, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not able to ask the applicant, but I don't know if you're able to answer it. What's to prevent the residents of this car-free development parking in the Asda car park?
We've spoken to Asda.
Sorry, Aldi.
Sorry,
we're all doing it. We're all kind of general.
We spoke to Aldi. about this, and their car park is monitored by CCTV, which is linked to a parking enforcement agency, and if you're not a customer there, then it has signs that say you're going to get fined for parking there. So that we rely on that.
Councillor Morris, did you?
I thought we'd got onto comments rather than questions. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, so I think it's been quite loud and clear that this because of the height of these buildings, they are supposed to be of exemplary design, and actually the shocking shortfall on site amenity space I think stops it from being an exemplary design. It is quite dense development. If you look at it, it's pretty kind of solid and quite chunky, and so there are lots of advantages. I get the kind of the better use of the space. I fully understand that. I am concerned about actually the impact on the park, despite the money that's being thrown at it, but the impact on the park. Is that a reason for me to propose a refusal? I would say not, but I'm not happy to vote in favour of it either, is my comment.
Councillor Rhodes?
Yeah, my closing comments. I welcome the fact that the development will retain Aldi. Clearly Aldi invested in the area and located their store there when other operators would have chosen not to. And I do understand that the discounts and the affordability of Aldi would actually prompt someone to make a short car journey in order to realise those savings. And I know that the income levels of the customer base are wide and varied, and I get that. I think there is a wider conversation though around the way in which we wish to create our urban environments, and the loss of provision of parking will be more than offset, I think, by the proximity of lots more residents literally living on top of it or living very close to it indeed. But I take the point, we have to rely on the bond system that we've put in place, and we have to rely on due diligence and monitoring of this going forward, and we have to rely as a local authority on making sure that any revisions to the area action plan and the framework that we create for open spaces and privately managed open spaces is very robust and it's part of a strategic framework that works for everyone. But I would welcome the opportunity of Aldi to proactively be more engaged in that discussion and proactively engage with the Friends of Brimington Park and look to see to contribute to that new area action plan in a positive way rather than just simply respond to it after the event. I think there's more scope through the temporary store application to try and resolve some of these long-term questions, especially in relation to parking mitigation, in relation to the temporary store and what that information and data and habits of the store users, albeit a reduced store, actually are in practice, and that might inform the long-term permanent solution to the larger store. I also mindful of the open space and the consent that is being sought here, and the requirements around the design in relation to the internal open space for the residents that's being provided. Again, that will have to come back to us, and the onus is on us to be incredibly rigorous about the quality of that space and the way that space works and is managed going forward. So I think with all that in mind, I think the applicant has responded to the policy framework as it is, and we might get frustrated with that, but I think the onus is on us to resolve that and to give clarity. But I would echo Councillor Seaton's comments about each case on its merits, and by no way an inference about our approach going forward in relation to a decision that we make for this application tonight.
Councillor Hogarth, any comments?
Well, in more basic terms, I welcome the provision of affordable housing. I think overall it's an improvement to what's there now. I welcome the retention of the Aldi store. I am aware that the car park is a concern in terms of our environmental aspirations, but I think that the reality is Aldi will need to take a commercial decision on that under the current circumstances. I recognise that it may not be policy compliant in terms of creating open space, but there is an offset payment for that, from what I can see, which will certainly enhance and improve Brimington Park. I think I will be voting in favour of this.
Thank you, Councillor Moss. Councillor Newman?
I'm very deeply concerned that it's not policy compliant on the amount of space that has been given as a public amenity. I think the developer needs to do better, and I think it should be asked to go away and come up with something which actually responds to current policy on provision of open space, and that could be also in relation to perhaps other greening factors, maybe green walls, or to do something which basically responds to what our policy is. It's all very well saying we get money instead, but no amount of money can be. I mean, it's not space, and it needs to be space. We've got a vast number of people moving into the area, and they need more open space. Yes, okay, I appreciate the policy can cater that for that going forward, but I don't see why, in this instance, this developer. I don't think developers usually go bust that often, and I don't think they're usually sort of struggling to make money out of developments. And I think in this instance there is a very, very clear need for more provision for open space and the finances to cover that. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Sims?
All of the above. But like Councillor Newings, I have particular concerns about the lack of open space particularly for our young people, and given the proposals of the enhanced housing there. You know, we've got difficulties with our young, there's cuts in new services, and so this is an opportunity to actually address some of their needs, and I don't think we're taking that responsibility seriously enough, and it's not the first time it's come up intermittently throughout the Oakham Road corridor. Similarly, I share concerns about car parking, and I would hope going forward, and I know that if PIP is still in post, that it's something that she will keep an eye on in terms of reducing the car parking spacing and changing the culture ultimately of our residents. I'm still trying to decide on this, either whether I abstain or indeed support.
I think the over-reliance on Brimington Park to give the new residents of this development somewhere to play, somewhere to relax, is ridiculous. It's not their land, it's our land, and we should be able to develop it as we want it developed, as an amenity for the whole community. The community that is already there will be being pushed out because it's not empty at the moment. As the objector said, the playground is always full. We don't need more people on top of ones that are already there who have nowhere else to go. The development itself doesn't provide private amenity space for all residents either. So I just find it incredible that we should be using our land to make their development viable in terms of space. It's not their space, it belongs to the whole community. So I'll be voting against.
I think before I make comment, I would ask a question in relation to our own policies and these offset payments. And what I appreciate that the offset payments are intended to be a one-off payment to take account deficits in the policy area. The real difficulty quality of having, of course, is that it is quite a one-off, and then, therefore there's no further responsibility. Does the policy allow for annual payments based upon size of the population that the applicant is ultimately catering for?
The SPD doesn't, but it should say on the linear park space, which runs from Old Kent Rose through to Burgess Park. And if you remember, we reported Civic and Livesey scheme and also the Malt Street scheme to you there. One of the things that we have been talking to developers there about is making some contribution to maintenance in a kind of proportionate way related to shortfall space on site. That is a discussion which is ongoing, but they did commit to making some contribution to maintenance. I mean, that is certainly something that you might want to ask developers about. As I say, it was a proportionate payment we were discussing with Berkeley Homes and Civic and Livesey and with Galliard. But you know, it helps to maintain. So that is something that we are looking at elsewhere in Old Kent Road.
And my second question, thank you, and I will go to the applicant in a moment. Of course, our principal concern, and has been the case in a number of developments along the Old Kent Road, is of course the provision for beginning it's a provision for the different age groups, of course. You know? So the younger age groups, teenagers and so on. And the earlier question in relation to the Birmingham Park and its provision for various age groups, I don't believe was actually answered. Is there anyone here who can answer that question? How does it cater for different age groups at this time?
It's true to say, as Councillor Williams was saying, that I mean the focus of the funding into Birmingham Park is around football, which is very popular. So it's about new changing rooms and also new pitches. There has been some discussions about accessibility to that, but the remaining space is not necessarily it's not going to be used for sport provision. And I think part of the ongoing conversation with the parks team is about how that can make some provision for older children in the Old Kent Rose, because it's something that's come up in committee before, and it's something that local people have raised with us, and it's something that cabinet members have discussed with us at some length about what is the youth provision in Old Kent Rose. And it is a conversation that we are having with, for instance, Civic and Advisors, and I think that would very much form part of a conversation about the additional landscaping and park enhancement which could be paid for from this development. So the current capital funding in Brimington Park is around five-a-side. The additional funding could have a greater focus around that older plus 12 youth provision, particularly in Brimington Park, you know, which could help with the wider community, including the Tustin estate.
Committee. Forgive me. If I may make my own comment, if I make my own commentary now, if I may. First of all, I want to recognise that this application has some really interesting strengths. I recognise that its policy compliance in relation to our homes, affordable homes quantums, which we all are in support of. I recognise that it's very much a family-centred development, so there's a sizable number of family homes. Okay. I also recognise that the Tusting Estates JOA are supportive of the scheme, and I recognise that. And I also recognise that there is a substantial, at least one-off payment into Birmingham Park, and that's principally because of the shortfall. My early questions were really intended to see if there's means to ameliorate the current deficit. So the deficit is around ensuring that there's appropriate amenity space, particularly private space, which is what we've called for across those applications along the Old Kent Road. And it is unfortunate that we've not been able to deal with this previous to this meeting, but it was apparent, but said earlier on, there was a number of features here that we needed to deal with. But I'd hope that the applicant and yourselves would recognise that a deficit on amenity space was weighted as equally as a deficit if there were a deficit on affordable home quantum. Okay. We all have experience of places where there isn't appropriate amenity space and the effect has on those residents. So maybe I should put this question to the applicant in terms of the, if you wish to come forward and say what we could do about this. So the first question really centres around the deficit, which is a significant deficit, more than 50% deficit, which is very significant. And whilst I recognise the offset payment, what we're looking for, of course, is a way to ameliorate the impact on your eventual residents. So the first question is, would you be prepared to pay a calculated sum, whichever the experts over here come up with, which is a contribution to the maintenance of Bridgeton Park? Maybe that's my first question, as a principle.
I think in principle we'd be very happy to enter into that discussion, as the officers have said, and we will be clearly cognizant of. We all have to operate within the guidelines of SIL regulations. SIL regulations have come in because we now have a SIL payment of £3 million related to this development, and then a Section 106, which has to be, or which is completely in accordance with the guidelines that you as a council have adopted. They are your guidance, that's the policy, and that ultimately is the first test. As a matter of principle, because the development, when fully occupied, will then have a load of new residents in who will be paying community charge and will be contributing to the council and contributing to the maintenance of the park through that as well. If in addition to that, there is something that is proportionate, reflecting the fact that this development essentially individually pays for the complete restoration of the park, which is a substantial benefit in our view. If there is something in addition to that which is proportionate, which we can discuss, which is capable of meeting those regulations, as a matter of principle, yes, of course, we're quite happy to discuss it. But it does have to be within the context of that. And I say in the context of, from I think our perspective as developers, perhaps an element of disappointment that perhaps some of the benefits that this scheme, which we believe is delivering to the area, are not being perhaps recognised in the way that we think in policy terms they should be. But yes, we'd be happy to have that conversation, but it has to be within that context, as you'd expect of your own rules and regulations. Sorry, I've just been reminded that we through discussion with officers, we did also consider whether we could increase the on-site amenity space by putting additional space on, for example, the roofs of the buildings. And clearly, one of the consequences of that is that if we do put more on-site, which we could do, but I think the view from officers, and I think the view we would take, is that that would not be such good quality space, particularly for 11-year-olds or whatever, that are quite capable of walking next door into the park, where they would have far better quality space. Now, if the focus is about us putting this on site, that's another option, is we could put more private space on our own site. But I mean, obviously that would reduce the payment contribution through your still to the park. Our view, and I think your officer's view, was that what we were doing was the best solution, but we could discuss that as well.
Thank you for that response. Any comments, first of all? Captain Lewis.
I think it's another discussion to be had. You know, I think I can completely understand that no one sitting here now is we're not gonna sort of, you know, have I'm too tired, can't even speak. We're not going to have a sort of, you know, to and fro, okay, we have, how much hit, you know, oh no, this much. It's not going to happen now. It has to be looked at again. But I think the significant thing here is that this is such a substantial shortfall. We've got less than 45% of the space, less than 45% of the space that we should have. And in those circumstances, I think, you know, we can talk about, okay, well, if you put a roof garden on, then that takes away. Actually, I think because it's such a substantial shortfall, perhaps, you know, maybe this is something also for policy in the future. You've got to look at doing something more than simply having a like-for-like cash allocation. Maybe there has to be a scale where, you know, the greater shortfall, the more. The higher the contribution has to be, and maybe it's something like that. But in this instance, I just think, you know, you can't sit here and come to that agreement here and now. Certainly not in a way that I would feel would be satisfactory for me to approve this application. I think it's something that has to go back. But I think as a general principle, yeah, if we're looking at these sorts of shortfalls, then there has to be something pretty significant there. I think over and above the you know, it's just sort of like, you know, like for like dollars per tonne.
Thank you. I wondered if Councillor Rose got any comments. I would like your comments.
I just wanted to reiterate the points I'd made around the framework that the application was submitted and the areas in which it was policy compliant, and it is an unbalanced decision in relation to offering security to the jobs in Aldi and the long-term commitment of them to the area, and also in relation to the way in which the local community depends on and relies on Aldi as their main shopping point. I think the concerns raised by my colleagues are extremely valid, and I think the onus is on a commitment from us. If like the other side of a decision tonight, and if it's consented, then there are mechanisms and frameworks that we have in place, the commitment to come back and to get approval for the detailed design and scope of the podium garden on that floor, the other opportunities with the bond in relation to car parking need, some clarity, and the opportunity through the temporary store application to maybe look at offering up more space that can be designated once the transition period has been gone through into open space. So I think there are mechanisms and devices. I think it is less than ideal in that context tonight, but I think there are mechanisms that I referenced earlier that might help to alleviate and address the concerns of colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Blythe, I'm not as confident.
Yeah, I've got such eloquent people sitting around me, I don't need to speak, but I mean, there's no doubt about it, you know, 1,743 square metres below what that target amount is. The problem is that Brimington Park, like all parks, doesn't have rubber walls. You can't just make it bigger. And I think that as much as it's highly regrettable that we can't make Brimington Park bigger or make more open space available waving a magic wand, looking forward to if we were to refuse this application, where that would leave us. I fully support Councillor Rose's suggestion that we mitigate the situation as much as we possibly can. That's within our powers to do so. And I think with a heavy heart I would probably support this application.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Well, I don't know if of course, Councillor Wisdom.
Can I ask the developer if going away and looking at it to look for more space would be of any use to you?
Effectively, before we invite the applicant to comment, I'm going to ask John Gall to comment first of all, then we'll then decide how we proceed.
Thank you, Chair. There has to be the Section 106 agreement negotiated. The period for negotiating that will take 3 months possibly. That's the period allowed in there. The applicant would have heard tonight very clearly some of the concerns that a number of members have raised. And during the period of the Section 106 negotiation, it will give them the opportunity to perhaps consider their position and come forward with some additional offer and for further negotiations to take place with officers. I think it would be difficult, it's obviously up to members, but it would be difficult, bearing in mind the benefits that have been outlined, bearing in mind the figures that we're looking at are relatively small in the context of this development, and they are equalised by the contribution to pay for Birmingham Park. It would be difficult for you. I'd be advising you against a decision to refuse, because I think we'd be in some danger if there was an application. So I would suggest that you could hear the motion, and that would allow negotiations to continue, and the applicant will certainly have heard your concerns, and will have the opportunity during the Section 106 negotiation to perhaps enhance their offer in some way which might meet some of your concerns. That is just a suggestion where we could go ahead. The alternative is you do defer it this evening because you haven't heard enough, but in the amount of business we've got coming through to the committee over the next few weeks, that would make things very difficult.
Okay, thank you. Hold on a second, hold on. First of all, hold on a second. First of all, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm happy to go back to your seat now. We need to have this debate here. I think, colleagues, that whilst you're right that there is a significant deficit, and I put that earlier on, in terms of the amenity space, and this has been a topic for conversation for all the Orchid Road development, and we've found ways around that deficit. On this particular occasion, it is particularly significant, although the park is being used as a means to ameliorate that deficit. In non-normal circumstances, that would be an acceptable amelioration, particularly if the investment in the park was significant. Now, 300,000+ seems a very significant amount, I must say, to be investing in one of our parks. It's adjacent to a residential and commercial development, and that's pretty significant. Whether or not, therefore, we think in those terms that the borders between the park and development effectively has been taken down. It's a full route. The park itself is actually being extended. And if I'm correct in saying that the extension does allow us to develop the park in ways that we otherwise would not be able to do regularly, or we could, but over a period of time. I think for yourself, you could ask yourself a number of questions which really pertain to the benefits of the scheme. It is delivering above our expected minimum of Wilbur home quantum. It is ensuring the Aldi store in this location. It is enabling us as a council to fulfil our one of our primary goals, which is to ensure that there is more than sufficient affordable homes, and it is also allowing us to be more creative in the way in which limited space along the Old Kit Road is used. So we have, in previous occasions, allowed applications to be brought forward, and those applications make contribution to a park that doesn't even exist yet. Yeah. We've accepted that, we've accepted those circumstances. Here, the park does exist, and we now have the opportunity for significant investment into that park. Okay. I have to say that whilst it is not a perfect application, and I've seen very few of those perfect applications, this is not a compromise on my part that is too far. There is a discussion that will be held about ongoing maintenance, and I believe that discussion should be had. I don't personally believe that one-off payment is sufficient. It implies that the building has a very limited time span. This building will be around for some time to come, and if this council is to stand the cost of its maintenance because of a private development adjacent to it, then that is not in our interest. But if the owners agree to partially subsidise that maintenance cost, then of course we have the opportunity to develop a whole range of facilities within the park that meet our broad policy expectations. Now, it does require us to be far more creatively about this. The Old Kent Road area is an incredibly constrained area in respect of open and amenity space, and we as a committee need to think carefully about how we address that clear fact. The fact is, there is a deficit. All applications will have a deficit, and how we respond to that deficit will determine the success of the Old Kent Road area. And I'd encourage all of you that if what John has said in respect of the 106 agreement is valid, that officers and the applicants are well aware that this is an aspect of the application that must be resolved. The temporary arrangement will come back to us anyway, and we will have the opportunity to come further. So I'll positively encourage you all to think carefully about our position in relation to this application. Councillor Lewis.
I have mine up first, Chair, because I wanted to correct you on something that, forgive me, that you said earlier. And I hope you're not confusing this scheme with the scheme that we had before, but you did say an amount above on the affordable housing. It isn't. It's only 36%. The other one was 50%. This one is not. This is just slightly above meeting our policy. But I just wanted to put that on the table that it's meeting our policy, but it's not going above and beyond. It might get a grant to go up to 40%, but it might not. So I just wanted to put that out there. Factually correct.
And I want to emphasise that I refer to prior applications along the Old Kent Road, not necessarily the most exceptional application we had prior to this one, which was and is an exception. Councillor Woods.
I just wanted to just check with officers, because we focused a lot on the adjacent Brimington Park, but can you set a bit of context in relation to the green linking spaces and then the larger, if you like, London-wide park spaces that this site and this section of the Old Kent Road will also be linked to or is in close proximity to already?
Yes, so in the variation plan, one of the things that we're trying to promote is better connection between green spaces, so that the sun is more than the parts. One of the things that is being looked at is locally is can the open space in and around Tustin be enhanced? We have talked about and contributions have been made towards new parks along Gilston Road. We're in conversations with the Parks Environment team at the moment about sites not too far from Weston Road Primary School, looking to convert that space into a park. It has a what's called a head house on it for the national grid, but that's just a small box with a door on it, and so the space is going to be converted into a park. So Brimington sits within that network of spaces that they're trying to enhance, but also create new spaces like the Gasworks Park. So last night I was with colleagues making presentations for Friends of Burgess Park about that first piece that we're bringing forward as our Parks and Recreation strategy. We were with the residents of Northfield House 2 weeks ago. We're going to go back to see them, back to see the Friends of Burgess Park. Some of the intention is also to meet with Friends of Brimington Park. That document is in draft. A lot of the feedback we get from planning work or comments about developers' work is that it's often a finished product that people get shown. So we are genuinely trying to engage people in that draft strategy. Something that the committee has asked for about those spaces being greener, having more to do with biodiversity is what we're putting into that draft strategy. And the feedback we had last night and 2 weeks ago have been very positive. And certainly, the conversations that we were engaged with colleagues from parks are all about translating that kind of feedback from local communities into our strategy. And people genuinely being part of that, it not being something that are dropping on them from a great height. And funding that, certainly we're pushing developers to help with that. And I think, as the chair said, through the 106 process, and as the developers confirmed, I think there is scope for us to take a similar approach to that part of the canal park and apply it here.
Can I just say 350,000 is peanuts in terms of park development. I know the running track at Southwark Park was like 10 million, and the new pavilion was like 1.2 million. So 350 grand isn't going to go very far. It might tarmac a few pictures.
Just to say, there is capital funding for the 5 side pitches and for new changing rooms. So that has capital funding from Southwark's core budget. It's the difference which doesn't have that funding.
Alrighty, no. So I said earlier that all Pit Road applications will require us to think creatively. Okay? There are a number of core objectives we have, and that is to ensure that there are sufficient numbers of truly affordable homes, or homes generally, along that road. And our other objective, of course, is where we can, we will push officers, we'll push applicants to broadly meet our expectations. But there are always going to be circumstances we encounter today in which we are definitely going to require us, either we add an additional condition in, so the question of ongoing maintenance is important, and I agree with you, Gavin, with them. Now the sums, I don't know, the discussion another time, appear to be quite modest. Why I'm keen that the applicant and others, of course, where it's necessary, are making regular annual contribution for a period of time. Could be some common period. I'm just showing within policies to ensure that we are not, we the locals are not bearing the total cost. So I'm keen for that to happen. But equally important, the reason why we discuss amenity space is the facilities. Okay? I'm keen that, and I hope that a plan in terms of the development of Brimington Park was clear to us. So we know exactly what's going to happen in that park, and whether or not that would meet, broadly speaking, the policy expectations. If that amenity space was within the curtilage of this application. You've got to decide this one, but my recommendation is that whilst it is not perfect, I think the message is pretty clear, both here in this room and in the rest of the world, I can tell you, in terms of our attitude to deficits on amenity space. And I think it's really important that we think carefully if how we make our decisions tonight, okay, will have implications. There are solutions to the deficit, and those solutions are being presented to us. The park is a solution because the circumstances, conditions in which the application finds itself along the Old Kent Road is a constrained area. It is very much an urban area, high density urban area, and will be increasingly so if the Great Blue Line becomes operational. So that is a fact of our circumstances, unlike the southern part of the borough, which is a totally different environment altogether. But this is our reality. We've got to decide whether or not, in recognising this is the reality, the compromises that are necessary for these developments to go forward are meet with our needs. And those compromises that the park will be invested in, both by the council and indeed by the applicant. That there's a strong possibility for the applicant to make regular annual amounts to ensure the maintenance of that park and it continues. Forgive me, and it continues development. Say again, sir?
He hasn't agreed to that.
Let's find out, shall we? Shall we find out if the applicant agrees? I note the applicant would of course quite cautionary. He references our own policies. The discussion as to how a regular meeting might take place has yet to occur. So the outcome is yet to be resolved, but the principle, I believe, has been agreed. And I'll ask the applicant that question: is the principle accepted? And if the principle is accepted, from our point of view, does that ameliorate the deficit on the amenity space?
So we don't know what it is, do we? I mean,
What are you looking for?
You can't do that.
We are, forgive me, sorry colleagues, we're quite clear. We're here to make decisions. Yeah, we can fudge it, we can try and defer it, but we're here to make decisions. And we can fudge it, we can defer it, we're here to make decisions. And these decisions will affect people's lives. Exactly. A compromise has been proposed. Okay? It has been proposed that is the park is the compromise. It's adjacent to this development. The park will receive considerable investment by the applicant, and there will be a discussion with the applicant and officers here on ongoing payments to maintain the park. The question that still outstands me, of course, is the facilities in that park, because it is those facilities that determine the age types that it will accommodate. But that aside, I'm sure we can resolve that later on, but the principles is really what we need to resolve, and we're here to make decisions.
Let's make a decision then, Chair.
How many other development sites in this OKR 17 will rely on Brummington Park for their amenity space as well?
I don't believe that's something in the pipeline, I believe.
So far the pre-applications that we've held with the neighbouring site, which is the VW Audi site, and the kind of initial discussions we've had on the Toys R Us sites, that there isn't a reliance on Brummington Park. So as set out in the AP, one of the things that we're trying to secure on the Toys R Us site is new open space, because it's a bigger site. It's challenging because there's also a station on that site, and one of the ongoing discussions we've had with the neighbouring VW Audi site is that provision of private and communal space on their side, and also we've been talking to Radford Court residents who back onto it, and that has resulted in a reduction in numbers and
scale of development on that site as well. So they are the other 3 sites in OKR 17, and as it stands, they're not relying on Brimington Park.
So why are you allowing this developer to rely on Brimington Park?
I think with this development, it's trying to accommodate Aldi, which is very well used locally and very popular. It provides very affordable groceries in this part of the Old Kent Road and also in Lewisham. It does employ local people. They do have, and actually they do have they are committed to paying their staff a reasonable living wage as well, maybe unlike some other retailers in Old Kent Road. And it's accommodating new affordable housing, and a significant amount of very high quality affordable housing in a ward which has more than 3,000 people on the housing waiting list. Does that involve some compromise? Yes, because Aldi's operation means that they need a car park. I think where we've got to on the car park is that ultimately we would like to see that reduced as the Bakerloo line comes in and not be redeveloped, but developed into an additional open space. And that is something that will go into the redraft of the area action plan. And the redraft of the area action plan before we submit that formally is something that we will bring back to planning committee so that you can see what those changes are, and that is something that we have committed to in the development plan policy. So for those reasons, and again it's looking at a plan in its totality rather than looking at necessarily individual sites, we think this is a scheme that is worth supporting and improving. And I would say, particularly for the extent of the provision of very good quality affordable housing, including some larger 4-bed units.
But there's no point in producing these homes if the young people don't have anywhere of quality, and we do have a duty of care of quality of open space to provide for them, and intermittently, as I've said earlier, right along that corridor we've had to accept the shortfall of open space or amenity space, and it's becoming sort of accumulative. So where's the quality, long-term quality of living regarding those young people and those families? That's our argument at the moment.
And I think in the recently published social regeneration charter, which is sorting documents, the area action plan, there is a commitment to doubling the open space in the Old Kent Road. Last year we showed changes to the park provision to increase the park around Lipsey Park and also at Friendship Street depot, and the further iterations of the plan are looking to further increase that space. Part of that is what we've discussed tonight about the long-term future of the car park at Aldi, and I mentioned another space in Wilson Road. So the plan that's the direction it's moving in. I mean, the thing that strikes me about the housing need in Old Kent Road is that often it does involve people in overcrowded conditions, which are not great for children. It does involve people in temporary accommodation, which is not great for children or adults. And I think that's the compromise here. It is a bit of a compromise, as the chair's pointed out. I think is the right compromise because proportionately the harm is done by a lack of housing for people, which is shameful and shocking. But it's not your fault. It's not my fault. And I think this is a way of genuinely addressing a real need, just alone in the Old Kent Road ward.
All righty, I'm going to move to a motion. I would like to move that we adopt the officer's recommendations set out in paragraph 1 of the report on pages 65 of the agenda pack, that the planning permission be granted subject to conditions and referral to the Mayor of London and the applicant entering into an appropriate legal agreement by no later than the 5th of August 2020. That the environmental information be taken into account as required by Regulation 30 of the Town and Country Planning and Environmental Impact Assessment, Regulation 2017. That the following issue of the decision is it be confirmed that the Director of Planning shall place a statement on the statutory register pursuant to Regulation 30 of the Town and Country Planning Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations, that for the purpose of Regulation 30, brackets 1 and D, the main reason and consideration which the local planning authority decision base shall be set out in this report. And lastly, that in the event that the requirement of A are not met by the 5th of August 2020, the Director of Planning be authorised to refuse planning permission if appropriate for the reasons set out in paragraph 490 of this report. Does anyone wish to second the motion? Seconded. I now wish to move to a vote to approve the motion as on paper. For? Against? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you very much.